can't deny, won't even try if it ain't you, babe. Done with goodbyes, look in my eyes, tell me you feel the same, don't act like this ain't a good time. I'll be in a lifetime. It's been like this for a while. I gave you all my life, stay till the sunrise when it's only us. Oh, let's be for real. Know you're scared to fall in love, but I want you still. I could put in all the work, but I'll keep you from hurting. Baby, I'll always be here, even in 100 years. I want you still. Cause I want you still.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you. May I please ask that we all stand to receive the Deputy Minister of Transport. Please, may we just stand? All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to request that we please remain standing for the singing of our national anthem. Thank you very much. You may have a seat. The Deputy Minister of Transport, Mr. Mkhuleko Hlengwa, the Chairperson of the SACA Board, Mr. Ernest Khoza, the Board of the South African Civil Aviation Authority, Ms. Bulelwa Koyana, Mr. Suren Suklau, Advocate Mbati Libakeng, Mr. Tsepo Peche, the Director of Civil Aviation, Ms. Popi Khoza, Captains of Industry, Ms. Nozipho Mdawe, CEO of ATNS, Ms. Nompumelelo Mpofu, CEO of Airports Company South Africa, Mr. Aaron Munetsi, CEO of ASA, the executive team of the South African Civil Aviation Authority, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the National Aviation Gender Summit of 2024, brought to you by the South African Civil Aviation Authority. My name is Faith Mangope, and it is an absolute honor and a privilege to be taking you through this morning all the way to this afternoon's proceeding. Now, before I tell you a little bit about, obviously, this National Aviation Gender Summit and exactly what is in store for you, I know how intimidating events like this can be, especially if you came here alone this morning and you're thinking, who are these people by my side? Now, it is my job to create safety in the room. So may I ask a huge favor? In the next 30 seconds or so, and I would trust that my technical team, guys, you need to be up, which means that you need to be playing something really nice to wake everybody up. It's been a difficult morning. Find someone that you did not arrive with this morning, someone that you don't know from another table. Greet them, ladies, especially you. Greet somebody. Hello, how are you doing? What's your name? Find someone very quickly, 30 seconds. Find someone. What is your name? Nice to be here with you today. We're going to have a great time. Hi, Aaron. I'm Faith. I'm very well. Nice to meet you. Thank you so much. Nice to meet you, everybody. Hello, ladies. Lovely to meet you. Blow a kiss to somebody. Nice to meet you. Exchange business cards. It's good that you're here today. It's good to see you all today. Where have you been? There we go. I see hugs that are going around the room. That is the kind of spirit that we're going to have. All right, everybody, take a seat. Let's return back to our seats. That is a type of event this is going to be. This is a type of summit that this is going to be. All right, ladies, I do see that there's a lot of movement as well. Let's take a seat. Well done. That is a type of interaction that we're going to have throughout the course of the morning. This is not about just a celebration and also looking at what is happening in the aviation industry pertaining to women especially, but this is about us being able to create spaces of safety, spaces of integration, spaces of collaboration, spaces where women get to be and just exist in a realm of their own. So, ladies, today it's about acknowledging you. Gentlemen, it's about also acknowledging the fact that you're here to support the ladies. In other words, the women are the main character and you are the supporting cast. Now, as I tell you a little bit more about the summit, the Global Aviation Gender Summit was initiated and proposed by or to ICAO by South Africa and was therefore hosted by the SACA in conjunction with ICAO and supported by the Department of Transport. The initiative supports ICAO's Assembly Resolution of 839-230 that deals with ICAO's Gender Equality Program, which promotes the participation of women in the global aviation sector and strives to intentionally answer the call to demonstrate strong, determined leadership and commitment to advancing women's rights. So when I say that today, throughout the conversations that we're going to be having together as a collective, we really are going to be collaborating. And if you've never been given the permission to do so, ladies, today, let me give you the permission to be yourself. You don't need to be strong today. You don't need to be macho today. All we're going to do today is listen, collaborate, and trust you me, in your absolute beauty and femininity, you will still come out a billionaire. And that is what I'm prophesying on you. The theme for this morning is Lift as We Rise, the journey towards 2030. Please be aware of our those who are joining us online, our guests this morning who are joining us online as well, as this event is streamed live on YouTube and it's also going on to our Facebook accounts. Also, if you would like to participate on social media, please do so. Hashtag NAGS 2024, that is the hashtag, and also hashtag Women in Aviation as well. The programs, as well as the speaker profiles, can be found. So you all came in with your tags. If you just turn your tag around, you will see the QR code at the back of your tags. That is when, if you click on it, you will see the profiles as well as the speaker profiles as well. And if you also want our profiles of the speakers, please go on to the following website. I will be repeating it throughout the course of the morning, but it is www.caa.co.za/NAGS. That is if you would like to get a hold of the speaker profiles. That is www.caa.co.za. Ladies, the Wi-Fi password is also located across the rooms. You can see different posters as well that have got the Wi-Fi code. It is UMHL at 5147. And that if you want to also get a hold of the Wi-Fi password, I also will be repeating it throughout the course of the morning. So it's going to be a great time. We're going to interact. Are you ready for it? No, goodness, no. You've had a cup of coffee, so you should be caffeine ready. Are you ready, ladies? Fantastic. To welcome us and obviously to provide for us a little bit of safety in terms of our regulations, may I kindly request Mr. Raphael Oosthuizen to come up and give us our safety instructions going forward. Please give him a little bit of support, give him a bit of cheer as he comes on up. Thank you, Raphael.
Can everyone hear me? Yes. Apologies in advance. Microphones and me and my voices don't go together, so just bear with me. All right. Okay. From a first standpoint, I just want to welcome every single person in this room from the Premier Hotel. You guys are all looking dapper and smart this morning. Ladies, you're looking beautiful. This is, like the host said, all about you. So please do enjoy yourself. Just a little bit of ground rules and house rules and safety and all that kind of stuff. It's always important. I'm just going to start from this part of the room and go back that way. So in the event of any emergency, fire, anything like that, there are emergency exits. There are two behind me. I don't know if you can see them, but there are doors over here. You'll hit a right, go along the passage through some doors. You'll hit another right down another passage. You'll see it's clearly marked exit. You'll go downstairs. Our emergency evacuation point is in the middle of the two properties, just down here at the bottom, where we will then conduct the survey and see how many people are here and is everyone here and everyone safe. The other emergency exit is right through those wooden doors right over there, just beyond that glass table over there. You same story, go all the way down the stairs and you'll get to the emergency evacuation point. Just up the stairs, past the bar, carry on all the way to the end is the ablutions. Gentlemen on the first door, ladies, you are a little bit further on. Please make use. There will be somebody on standby there to assist if you need anything over there. There are obviously tripping hazards, all that stuff that we've taken care of. If in the event that something does happen, you maybe get injured by any means, we have qualified first aiders on the floor. I am one of them. So please, if you need anything, please do find any of my staff, find me, and I will assist you in any way that I can. Out there is a beautiful deck over there. We are privileged to have the best view of Mklanga. Humble brag. So please, please do at any points go and take a walk, go enjoy the view. Those glass barricades, they are very nice and they look very pretty. Please, you never know, this is South Africa. Please do not like wiggle them or hold on to them, whatever, anything may happen. So just enjoy the view. The view is very beautiful that way. It's not so beautiful that way. So please do not find yourself thinking that you want to enjoy the view going that way. Please, if you have any of those thoughts, please also come find us. We'll help you out. Don't worry. Anything like that, like I said, the host said, Wi-Fi is all around the thing. If by any means you didn't hear or you didn't catch it, ask any one of us. We can provide you with the Wi-Fi password. Anything like that, please, if you need any assistance, find any of us, ask any of us. We're happy to assist. We're happy to have you, and please do enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Raphael. To give us an official welcome as well as to provide some context as to why is it that we're all gathered here this morning, may I kindly request that we give really a warm welcome to the Director of Civil Aviation for the South African Civil Aviation Authority, Ms. Poppy Khoza. Please give a round of applause as she comes up.
Thank you, Program Director, Ms. Faith Mangope. I recognize in our midst the presence of the Honorable Deputy Minister of Transport, Mr. Mkhuleko Hlengwa, the Board Chairperson of the South African Civil Aviation Authority Board, Mr. Ernest Khosa. Please note the Khosa and the Khoza. There is no nepotism at all, Deputy Minister. I think it's important to indicate, lest Deputy Minister start asking questions, what happened here? Khoza and the Khosa. The South African Civil Aviation Authority board members in our midst to have Ms. Bulelwa Koyana, Advocate Mpati Kofali Bakeng, Mr. Tsepo Peche, Mr. Soren Suklal, the board members from public entities and various organizations. I've seen a few in our midst. There's one board member from Menzies Aviation, I think, Ms. Tulisile Mhlungu. I've seen Ms. Boni Debate and many other board members in our midst. The Department of Transport representatives, the chief executive officers from various entities and organizations. Ms. Mpumi Mpofu from the Airports Company South Africa is here. Ms. Nozipho Mndawe from the Air Traffic and Navigation Services, Mr. Aaron Munetsi, and all other CEOs present. I'm only mentioning the ones that I have seen. If I have not seen others, I think together with the program director, we will be individually acknowledging. The ICAO Head of Strategic Planning, who is joining us virtually, Ms. Tilly DeBolt, distinguished moderators, speakers, and panelists, aviation professionals and enthusiasts, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of you. It indeed feels good to be here since this is my home province, KwaZulu-Natal, hailing from Esibongile in Dundee. And I wish to greet you all in my home language. And I say to you, Sanibonani. Sanibonani. Thank you. Before I continue with my welcoming remarks, which I do on behalf of the board, the management and staff of the South African Civil Aviation Authority, let me take this opportunity to welcome the Deputy Minister, Mr. Mkhuleko Hlengwa, to this event, but also to the transport portfolio and particularly to the aviation sector. With Minister Barbara Creecy, who could not be here today, but ably represented by our Deputy Minister. The Civil Aviation Sector DM looks forward to your guidance and leadership in your tenure, and we are very excited to have you with us this morning. Can we clap for the Deputy Minister? We are also privileged to be in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, where this National Aviation Gender Summit has been highly embraced, judging by the huge interest that we've received over the past few days, but also all of you who are participating. The room is indeed full. I'm only seeing a few seats, which I believe will be filled up as the day progresses. And we also wish to acknowledge the leadership from the KwaZulu-Natal provincial government. It is quite a historic occasion because this is the first time that this key summit is taking place in this beautiful province of KwaZulu-Natal. We would like to welcome you to the 5th National Aviation Gender Summit. And today we gather not just to discuss change, but to continue on a journey to ignite and to drive forward a future where gender equality soars as high as our ambitions. This summit is a cornerstone event on the SACA calendar, a vital time for us to deepen our commitment for advancing gender equality within the aviation industry. Hence, our theme for this year is Lift as We Rise, the Journey to 2030. It is a powerful call to action, reminding us that progress is not a solitary journey, but a collective one. As we advance towards 2030, a pivotal year in the global agenda, we aim to see 50-50 representation of women in this sector. It is essential that no woman is left behind. This is not just a gathering, it is a platform where ideas take flight, where we confront challenges head on, and where we pave the way for a more inclusive future. For us at the South African Civil Aviation Authority, this event is essential to our mission of fostering a diverse and dynamic aviation sector that benefits from the talents and perspectives of all its members. Ladies and gentlemen, this also gives me an opportunity to briefly give you a background about the National Aviation Gender Summit. The seed that led, to the evolution of the National Aviation Gender Summit was planted back in 2018. I'm sure some of you will remember when South Africa, through the South African Civil Aviation Authority, supported by our executive authority, our shareholder, the Department of Transport and or the Ministry of Transport, initiated and hosted the first ever Global Aviation Gender Summit in Cape Town, which was done in collaboration with the International Civil Aviation Organization, supported by UN Women as well as UNESCO. South Africa has been making great strides in promoting women internationally and notably at ICAO. Since then, the SACA, the Department of Transport, as well as other aviation entities, have spearheaded several initiatives together with a commitment of seeing transformation and the advancement of female representation within this sector. As a country, we have made significant progress in the recent years, and we are recognized globally as a nation striving for gender equity in aviation. Therefore, the conversations today will delve on how we can ensure that women's participation in our sector soars beyond the COVID-19 pandemic as we look back at the progress that we have made as a country since 2019. We will have an online presentation with global insights on the challenges faced by corporates in reaching the year 2030 goal and recommendations to combat gender partiality. We will also have a runway table talk with women in aviation who will share their personal stories and tackle some of the pertinent issues as they relate to women. We will also have a motivational talk to conclude today's program, and I do encourage the audience to engage, because this is our day. So we are here to engage. Engage with the different panels, engage in the audience engagement, which will be facilitated by Ms. Tsepiso Makwetla later on, because these engagements are not just talk shops. We are seeing really meaningful change, but we are not where we want to be. But certainly we are making progress in ensuring that women don't feel left out in this sector. And I say so being a female aviator myself, which is not a simple task. It carries with it a lot of barriers that one has to get past. I am indeed a living testament together with all of you of that climb, and it has not been easy. It has not been an easy road with getting the global and our national community to embrace gender participation. And while there have been some significant highlights, it is a fight that we'll have to take, that will take some time for us to see meaningful wins. We are still far from our goal, particularly which ties up to that of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. The efforts of South Africa, as I've indicated, are indeed recognized globally. One such recognition is a recent survey which confirmed that South Africa is the third country in the world with a high female representation in female pilots. This is indeed encouraging feedback, but we are far from reaching the Sustainable Development Goals of the 50-50 gender parity. Therefore, we still have a long way to go. As I did indicate, this is not just a global, this is not just a South African issue, but it is a global issue. The statistics can, excuse me, indeed be deceiving, because when you look at the South African population of 60 million people, and you consider that 51% of the South African population is female, you then begin to realize that the distance that you still have to travel is quite, a long one. We're taking a closer look at personnel license statistics, which we keep as a Civil Aviation Authority, particularly as at the end of July. We've seen that we have 1,590 licensed commercial pilots in the country who are female, when compared to 11,338 that are male. And this essentially means that 1 in 7 pilots is female, only 1 in 7. What we want to get to is 4 being female and 3 being males. Deputy Minister, I think it's a simple majority rule, because women are in majority. So out of 7, 4 must be female and 3 must be male. To us, surely this is a gap that we should be aiming at bridging. It is possibly one that can also be aided through more support from our government, particularly from the legislative framework's point of view, in supporting the cause driven towards enhanced female representation within this sector. From our end, we are looking at how tertiary institutions can also come to the party and partner with us, so that we are able to assist more women aviation aspirants, because there are many women, as we tiptoe the breadth and length of our country, going to the deep rural areas, creating that awareness. What becomes very clear is that many young girls, young ladies, they have the passion to join this industry, but sometimes the means are a big challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, I am also proud to announce to you that our bursary scheme program for this year will officially open next Monday, the 26th of August, and we're inviting young learners to apply for the opportunities to study towards any career of their choice, particularly in piloting, aeronautical engineering, as well as aircraft maintenance engineering. While this is a small effort from us as the regulatory authority, it is an effort nevertheless to support the dreams and aspirations of aviators, particularly from the previously disadvantaged communities. I therefore encourage young girls to jump at such opportunities and grab them with both hands. The African proverb, which says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together, is indeed a reminder that collaboration yields better results when we deal with complex issues such as gender equality. As the Civil Aviation Authority, we are grateful for the collaborative efforts we enjoy with members of the industry. Today, we have invited the captains of industry who signed pledges back in 2019, recording their commitments to gender equality within the sector. Over the past 4 summits, we have worked together to reaffirm our collective commitment to the gender equality cause, and it will be encouraging to get feedback on how far we have all come. Since I will not take to the stage again after this welcome address, allow me to share the South African Civil Aviation Authority's report card in our quest towards gender equality. The South African Civil Aviation Authority employs approximately 530 employees, of which 52% of the employees are females and 48% are males. In the management category, 45% of managers are female, while 55% are male. We are slowly closing that gap, and I am confident with the competence of our HR team led by our executive HR, Ms. Tobile Masoa, as well as the executive, that we will soon be closing that gap of 5% in our management category. From our inspectorate population, which is comprised of highly technically skilled personnel, we are sitting at 37.1% of inspectorate being female, which is no small feat. And again, I think when we report next year, when we gather again, we'll be reporting a shift or a movement from 37.1%. In the executive structure, we are 50% female. In the board, 60% female. So thank you to our shareholder for ensuring that we do have quite a meaningful representation, even in our board of directors. We are indeed leading by example. As I conclude, I would like to express my gratitude to the SACA board, led by our chairperson, Mr. Ernest Kosa, for the support and positive attitude in all endeavors of the regulator over the years, as well as the ones that we're still pursuing in the current financial year. I also wish to take this opportunity to thank our Deputy Minister for embracing this event by his presence. We truly appreciate your presence, Deputy Minister, and with your leadership, we will continue to climb higher and higher. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you will enjoy everything that has been prepared for us today. I encourage you to engage, as I've indicated earlier, engage fully in this summit, be fully present, and make your voices heard and make your voices count. Let us indeed make this day a great day, which will go down in the history books as one of the successful summits held for the first time in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. I thank you.
Times are getting crazy, and everything seems hazy. Is there someplace for safety?
Thank you very much for that welcome, Ms. Poppy Koza. Now, let me welcome to actually introduce the Deputy Minister of Transport. May I kindly request the Chairperson of the Board of the South African Civil Aviation Authority, Mr. Ernest Kosa, to come up and deliver that introduction, making sure there's no confusion today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Faith, Program Director. Thank you so much for the manner in which you're running the sessions. The Deputy Minister was the chair of SCOPA. So as I will soon explain, there were no light moments during the sessions. So I was so happy when you created such an interactive and a much more lighter moment. Thank you so much. Colleagues from the SACA board, the Director of Civil Aviation, Ms. Poppy Koza, the Department of Transport, the Civil Aviation branch, CEOs of aviation entities, I saw Ms. Mpumi here, Ms. Mdawe, heads of associations, Mr. Aaron Manat says yes, in our midst, captains of industry, ladies and gentlemen, it's my singular honor to rise and introduce none other than our brand new Deputy Minister of Transport in the country, His household name, well known, loved by some, feared in other quarters. It's a great pleasure to have him in our midst this morning. Now, I was given a long curriculum vitae of the deputy minister, which curriculum vitae I have, as well from my other life. And I can confirm that he assumed leadership responsibilities from a very early age. Deputy minister was a student leader at some point in his life. And student leaders have got certain traits that follow them throughout their lives. He went to parliament at a very early age, at the age of 24. And that's not a young age at all. And he participated and became a protagonist to many, many, many important debates in parliament. Now, in the process, he became chair of SCOPA. And you will all know that during his tenure at SCOPA, Honorable Deputy Minister consistently demanded accountability, posed tough questions, tough but necessary questions, and pushed for tangible action for those in power. Now, I appeared before him several times. And in my other life, not in this life, in my other life, and every time I appeared before him, I trembled. I was not comfortable at all. Now, if I may say this, and I'm saying this taking advantage of the fact that this is the last year of sarcasm, so I can be reckless and get away with it. So in my short life, I've been a board member of many, many boards, and I've appeared before portfolio committees, before standing committees. And there's no place where I find greater comfort than reporting to politicians. And I get the comfort because I can predict the questions, and because the kind of questions that they ask sometimes are very general. Now, that was not the case with the chair of SCOPA. Number one, I couldn't predict him. Number two, his questions were very, very detailed. Now, one of these days, appearing before him, I got 4 or 5 questions, question 6, question 7, connectivity died. I really thanked my stars. I never came back. The CEO called me the following day to say, "Oh, you were so lucky. We were so happy when connectivity never came back." Now, it is with a sense of pride and honor, Deputy Minister, to say to you that this side of the world, we don't have the kind of problems that are general among state entities. In the past 11 years, we had 10 clean audits. The last one, I think, with no findings. ICAO, we passed their audit with flying colors, 91.1 of the targets, with the best in Africa. And then we had this audit by a US agency. You know how difficult that can be. Flying colors as well. Our board, 52% women. Our management, 60% women, 84% Black in the organization. In the aviation sector in general, we run by women. AXA, ATNS, and thank you so much to you, Ms. Pumas. Thanks, Zide. Thanks, Ms. Mdau. Thanks, DCA for the great job that you're doing. So I'm not trembling before you. I have no fear whatsoever. If anything, how much we hope you could join us in aviation, how we'll work with you, how will benefit from how detailed you are, from how much accountability you always want from state entities. Now, I read in some newspaper articles a few years ago in my quest to understand my chair of SCOPA, and I recalled reading an article where you mentioned how the late Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, then leader of your political organization, took a gamble. I just like the pun. I just like the metaphor there on you by trusting you with a seat in parliament at such a young age of 24. And in my view, it was not a gamble, but rather a demonstration of foresight, recognizing the need for the youth voice to be represented, not from the sidelines, but within the leadership structure. And at SACA, we too recognize the need for change and reform, particularly in the realm of gender equality. We are on an intentional quest to break the stereotype that aviation is a field for men. Our mission is to empower women who have already demonstrated their skills, capabilities, and eagerness to lead in industry. We are committed to recruiting, upskilling, and retaining women in the aviation sector. And knowing your track record, and I must emphasize this, no one will know that better than me. I experienced that firsthand, Deputy Minister. We're excited about the opportunity to partner with you and our department in this important venture. And under this roof, Deputy Minister, I can see we're outnumbered. They are beautiful, beautiful women. And I think let's just a thunder applause for ourselves. Beautiful physically, beautiful in the manner in which they are dressed. I took a good look at that. I've got a weakness for that. I come from Limpopo. I love color all the time. But above all, we have a congregation here, Deputy Minister, of very, very beautiful brains in the aviation sector. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm taking this opportunity to introduce to you none other than our one and only brand new Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Maybe on a lighter note, I would have much rather have preferred to remain in Scopa. But now, given the new responsibilities and the challenges in this sector, I may find myself appearing there in a different capacity. And so yesterday I took the time to follow the strategic planning session of Scopa so that I could have an inside look of what awaits us. But the strength of our democracy is its oversight and accountability value chain, which by and large sets us in good stead to do the right thing for no other reason other than it being the right thing to do. Program Director, it's good to see you in person. Sigcine Ridwin. The chairperson of the SACA board, maybe on this COSA matter, you find yourselves in good company of Hadebe and Hadebe. Dlamini with an H and Dlamini without an H. But closer to home, my mother uMakhawula wasemzumbe. Manje ke oKhawula isithakazelo sabo uhlongwa. Manje wabeseshadela kaHlengwa, so I can relate ukuthi khamba kube khona umbuzo ukuthi kwenzakalani la. SACA board members who are here, the SACA Director of Civil Aviation, who has warmly welcomed us this morning, the Department of Transport, specifically the Civil Aviation Branch, the chief executives from the various sectors who are present this morning, particularly those of the aviation sector, and the ICAO representative who is online, captains of industry, and of course our distinguished moderators, speakers, and panelists, executives and aviation professionals, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the very warm welcome, and it is indeed a great honor and a privilege for me to be here this morning and bring the warm wishes of the Minister of Transport, Minister Barbara Creasy, who is also unable to be here this morning due to cabinet commitments. As we delve into the important and significant issues that demand our attention this morning, particularly those related to gender equality within the aviation sector, I am hoping that this month's, Women's Month rather, has been a time to celebrate and a time to reflect on the progress that have been made by South African women and South Africa generally, and for all of you in this room. Mrs. Faith, I do believe we've got a responsibility to teach. Some not so bright spark yesterday when the department put out something that I'll be here. They tried to crack a joke, Uguti, but this is a women's conference. Now, of course, the ignorance in that is the inability to understand that gender issues and women issues are a societal responsibility if we are to make progress. We must therefore make the strides in raising public and social consciousness that this is not a matter left for women alone, because in many respects, men are a contributing factor to the inhibitors that are there. Therefore, they need to be in the room, basuswe inkungu, and be able to take this agenda forward. So I am here this morning without any fear of contradiction, of the understanding that I too have got a responsibility. I want to acknowledge the chairperson of the board and can vouch to him that we, of course, as the department, would never ignore the contribution that the civil aviation sector provides to South African economy and the global economy. The International Civil Aviation Organization indicates that the global air traffic sector supports 65.5 million jobs with 2.7 US trillion in global economic activity. There are over 10 million women and men working within the industry to ensure that 120,000 flights and 12 million passengers a day are carried safely to their destinations. This being my very first formal engagement with the civil aviation community, let me take this opportunity to congratulate SACA and the country's national aviation regulator for putting this all-important event together. I would also like to congratulate the entity for the various organizational successes, some which have been listed here, for ensuring that our South African skies remain safe and secure in the almost 26 years since the regulator was established. As the ministry and the department responsible for the enabling of the transport economy in this country, we are looking to the regulator and the people in this room to ensure that our state continues to achieve a safe and secure aviation sector. The safety of our skies is a confidence booster for investment, for the flow and movement of goods and services domestically, regionally, and around the world. South Africa's oversight safety standards are well documented, with the states that 91.1 achievement of the oversight safety systems from the ICAO audit in 2023 known across the globe. As the chairperson has said, our skies are the best on the African continent. and ranked in the top 20 internationally. While these achievements that we should continue to celebrate and acknowledge, there is more that is required from this sector. We have not fully achieved success if others are left behind or excluded. Which brings me to the purpose of today's engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, the aviation industry has in the past been characterized as being male-dominated. I am very encouraged by the progress by our government in demonstrating by leading the gender challenge from the front here at home and around the world. As you may well be aware, all three aviation entities are led by women, very capable women, who are leaders in their own rights, achievers in their own rights, and equal to the tasks in their own right. We thank them for paving the way for some of the much needed changes in the overall transport industry. Ms. Poppy Khoza, the director of the South African Civil Aviation Authority, Ms. Nozipho Mdawe, the CEO of the Air Traffic and Navigation Services, and Ms. Mpumi Mpofu, the chief executive of the Airports Company of South Africa, we can only say thank you for the good work that you do and the tireless efforts that you do to break the ceiling and to inspire hope and confidence for young women that it is possible. Your exceptional contributions have laid a solid foundation for the continued transformation of our sector, and thanks to your efforts, I'm confident we will see further progress and innovation in this vital industry. As we mark the 5th year of this summit, it is crucial that we reflect on the progress we have made within our various departments and organizations. We must ask ourselves whether we have done enough or are we doing enough. In the last 5 years, have we removed the barriers that may have been preventing women from entering and advancing in this sector? Are women well represented across all roles and levels, from leadership to technical and operational positions? Have we done enough to educate, encourage, and recruit young women into the sector? Are we doing enough to collaborate with schools, institutions of higher learning, and other government bodies to promote the inclusion of women in this sector? And once we have attracted the right candidates, are we offering enough training and support to retain them? Are we celebrating and acknowledging the contributions of women who are making significant strides in this sector? These are the questions that I hope will be answered from the different panelists and experts at this gathering. That there has to be sustainability to the efforts of recruitment. Sustain them for the future and for growth, and for ensuring that in my other life, I always lamented the issue of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. To recruit and not sustain is fruitless and wasteful expenditure. It is important that we remain accountable to ensure that we achieve our long-term vision of gender equality in aviation. This can only be accomplished through strategic planning and a commitment to achieving these objectives. The concerted effort to be committed to our own commitments. Empowering women has a significant ripple effect, not only within the organizations, which are key drivers of economic growth and development and critical components of international trade and tourism, but also at the grassroots level, impacting the very fabric of our society. Aviation is the one industry that has got the ability to beneficiate across all sectors, because nasemabhanoyini niyadla. So agriculture is key. And so we need to leverage on the opportunities that are available and created by the industry and ensure that women play a key and strategic role in those spaces. According to the World Economic Forum Global Gender Gap 2023 report, Sub-Saharan Africa's gender parity score is the 6th highest amongst the 8 regions at 68.2, ranking above Southern Asia and the Middle East and North Africa. Progress in the region has been uneven. Namibia, Rwanda, and South Africa, and along with 13 other countries, have closed more than 70% of the overall gender gap. The DRC, Mali, and Chad are the lowest performing countries with scores below 62%. Gender parity needs for us to think about new and innovative ways to bring women into the formal employment. Over 60% of women in Africa are currently working in the informal sector. That's more than half of our continent's talent pool. At the current rate of progress, it will take 102 years to close the gender gap in sub-Saharan Africa. This is a statistic that should awaken our fires to act. It's a call to action. And I think that we are often finding a memo task, but it begins with all of us implementing changes in our immediate environments. Every day that is wasted is a day added to 102 years. Ladies and gentlemen, earlier on, the director shared with us the gender make of the industry locally. In South Africa, out of 25,803 licensed personnel at the end of July 2024, only 5,067 are female. This includes pilots, engineers, air traffic officers, and cabin crew. Of course, we must celebrate this improvement to almost 20% of women occupying technical roles in the industry. But quite clearly, we have a challenge here. This, of course, then brings to mind the words of the late Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, who on Women's Day in 2013 said, and I quote, "It is therefore not enough to write into law that a woman must receive the same compensation and benefits for work done as her male counterpart. We need to deal with the social mindset that still subjugates women in the workplace, in the home, in the church, in the marketplace, even in the intangible ways of expecting less from a woman or considering her less committed," close quote. Further, in that same speech, he lamented, and rightfully so, that often when it comes to the crunch, we in South Africa still prefer to send a man to do the job. While these statistics are not a reflection of our commitment to gender equity, it does need this particular industry and for all of us to reflect if we still prefer to send men to do the job. We truly can make a difference as decision makers in this room and in the corridors of power, and as citizens in our immediate environments at home and at work and everyday interactions. South African women are strong, capable, and dedicated. I always say that the first government is the home. This thing ukuthi a girl child is just being raised for umshado, to be dependent on a man, and in light of the continued abuses of cultural practices through the forms of lobola, which commodify women as opposed to being family relation building exercises as they were intentionally were, are all reminders that even at home we have a job to do in order to liberate women for the future. So then, quite as an aside, to all those that paid lobola, wawungathengi, ubakudayiswa, wawakha ubuhlobo, two uvusa umuzi, hayi ukuthenga umuntu, sengiyadlula nje. Ladies and gentlemen, we are left with just 6 years to 2030, and the Sustainable Development Goals demand us to take up this percentage to 50%. In a country that is greatly affected by unemployment and its effects being continuously higher amongst women, especially the youth, the aviation sector is presented with a unique opportunity to empower women from all walks of life who wish to be part of this sector, with a particular focus of ensuring that previously disadvantaged and presently disadvantaged are liberated and can be able to participate. The most critical question we must answer today is how we're going to use the next 6 years to multiply these numbers to reach the required goal. Will we take 102 years to reach this 50% goal as an industry in South Africa? Or will we redouble and retriple and requadruple our efforts to take greater strides with a more concerted effort to make sure that come the next 6 years, we are inching closer and closer to the targets we have set? With this said, I am encouraged by the ongoing bursaries, mentorship, and skills development programs that have been initiated by all our aviation entities to encourage a new generation of professionals, especially in previously disadvantaged communities. We acknowledge the efforts from the entities such as SACA, who have dedicated funds, as the director was saying, the bursary is opening on Monday, and personnel in creating initiatives such as the career awareness programs, where there has been a concerted effort to drive and promote female participation in this industry. We have been informed that the captains of industry will today also share how they are faring in their own organizations. This is encouraging because we are holding each other accountable, and hence it is impossible for us not to achieve our own goals because there is peer accountability in this room. Proactive measures are crucial in reshaping a sector, and has traditionally been one that has been traditionally dominated by men. The dedication to creating opportunities and fostering a more inclusive environment is commendable and marks a significant step forward. Across the broader transport sector, encompassing taxis, railways, and the bus operations, aviation stands out amongst the leading modes of transport in its own commitment to gender diversity and inclusion. As we speak about the agenda of road to rail, the work that is being done by the National Logistics Crisis Committee, we must also consider and apply our minds to beneficiating the aviation space with a new commitment of road to air for the purposes of freight and logistics. It's not just about passengers. If there's anything to have been learned from the pandemic, is that we were found sleeping, found wanting about the opportunities that were there. And so we must be able to actually remove a lot of roads and traffic, lot of traffic from our roads. Car accidents are robbing us of 19 billion rands in the economy. We are losing 12,000 lives annually. Therefore, we must improve on other modes of transport, and aviation has got a role to play. As I draw to conclusion, I believe that as part of the electoral mandate from our recent election, South Africans expect of the government of national unity for us to grab the opportunities and to do our part in lowering unemployment in this country. On that note, rest assured that in the GNU, the country is in good and capable hands. As I conclude, it is our intention to ensure that the solid strategic objectives of the ministry are effectively implemented through our entities, and today with a specific focus on the aviation branch. It is crucial that we move from having exemplary laws on paper to realizing tangible results on the ground. To this end, we will work tirelessly to bridge the gap between policy and practice, ensuring that our aviation sector not only meets but exceeds expectations in all areas and set mandates. Even on matters of diversity and inclusion, I pledge our commitment and support in every way that matters. Shirley Chisholm, I am once told, said, If you don't have a seat at the table, bring a folding chair. But I think South African women do not bring folding chairs. They bring wooden benches to create a seat for the next women coming into the room. As the Department of Transport and the Ministry, we look forward to the different outcomes from the sessions today. Let us continue to build an inclusive and supportive South Africa for everyone who lives in it. I thank you. God bless you, and God bless South Africa.
Thank you so much, DM, for such an inspiring speech. With me here, I have just a token of appreciation to the DM. Nothing controversial, nothing that you've got to worry about declaring. It's from all of us here.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister, for a very real, authentic speech. And I think that it sets the precedent for the type of afternoon and morning that we're going to have as a collective, where we get to exist and we get to tackle real issues regarding how exactly do we practically lift as we rise. Won't you please give the Deputy Minister another round of applause? Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence this morning. All right, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the time on my watch says 24 minutes after 10 o'clock. May I kindly request that we take a moment where we get to breathe, have a comfort break, a tea break, so you can get yourself a cup of coffee, and obviously for those who still want to get eats. May I also request that we come back into the auditorium at 10:50. Is that okay with everybody? 10:50, we need to have a hard 11 o'clock start with our next part of the program. So if we could please be here by 10:02, and then we can start. Thumbs up, everybody. We good? We still okay? Great stuff. Thank you so much. Enjoy that comfort break, and then we'll see you back again at 10:50.
When I was young, my daddy said, gotta keep one eye open in your bed. Cause there's a time coming when the devil gonna come for you. So my trigger finger, stay prepared. I've got my weapon and I got my prayers. Cause if you don't run this town, they'll walk all over you. Run out loud, gotta run on. Keep on running till the sun goes down. Run out loud, better run on. Run all day till you can't be found. Run out loud, gotta run on. Keep on running till the sun goes down. You can outrun the devil, but you ain't gonna outrun me. You ain't gonna outrun me. You ain't gonna, you ain't gonna outrun me. When I was younger, my mama said, gotta make your green and you'll be seeing red. Cause if you ain't got none, well, nobody gon' come for you. She would tell me tales that would leave me scared. So I made sure to get it through my head. I'm either gonna run this town or walk all over you. Run out loud, gotta run on. Keep on running till the sun goes down. Run out loud, better run on. Run all day till you can't be found. Run out loud, gotta run on. Keep on running till the sun goes down. You can outrun the devil, but you ain't gonna outrun me. You ain't gonna outrun me. You ain't gonna, you ain't gonna, you ain't gonna outrun me.
We are out at the Aviation Gender Summit this morning. We are at the Premier Splendid Hotel, which is an absolutely a beautiful event that is embracing women in the aviation industry. And we are out here just to get the different perspectives and just to hear what different women have and their opinion in the aviation sector. I am joined with Trina this morning, who will come and just tell us a little bit more about how she feels about being here and basically how gender equality can be phrased in the aviation industry. Trina is here. What would you say is needed? What is the gap that is needed to bridge when it comes to gender equality?
Well, for starters, I think the South African Civil Aviation Authority is doing quite a bit to bridge that gap. And I know that because I myself am in the industry as a training commercial pilot. I am blessed to be trained from the beginning of my journey by a female pilot. My school is not really dominated by women, but there are quite a few. So I would say there is a lot of representation in the industry. Obviously, we'd like to see a lot more, as Ms. Poppy said already, that it must be 4-3. That must be the ratio. That's what we would like to see in the future. Yes.
Thank you so much. And I hope that you enjoy the event. And if there is anything else that you would like to add, that you would like to see going forward in the aviation industry, do you have anything?
My pleasure. I think in future, like I said earlier, we just want to see more women in the industry and more being done to foster their journey in the industry. Yes.
Thank you so much and enjoy the event.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Run away. Kiss so loud that I can barely hear. Your words speak much louder than all my fears. Sometimes I just wanna disappear. Running out till I can feel you near.
More ladies who are here today and just to hear about what their expectations are and what they would like to see in the summit today. We need more. As I had indicated, we are joined by Yolisa this morning, another phenomenal woman who is in the aviation space. And we will just ask her just to take us through her experience today and basically continue the question of saying, how do we fill the gap of gender equality? Yolisa, how are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. As I've mentioned, today we are talking all gender equality, as you know, with the Aviation Gender Summit today. What would you say has been a pivotal point of us ensuring that there is gender equality within aviation?
Wow, that is a big one. That is a big one. But what I understand is that for us as women to start being recognized, it starts within us. It starts with you as a person, as a woman, and you want to do something. You want to have something. You have a goal. So basically, with a goal, and then you have other women in positions higher than yours that can lift you. And then as they rise, they should be lifting you by opening up opportunities. Yes. So what we need as women is opportunities. If we can get that one person to recognize you and be able to open that door for you, then we have it going. We have it going.
And I absolutely agree with you. Opportunities are what exactly will have us going. What do you think are the barriers that pose to us having more opportunities in the aviation industry as women?
History, that men can do better than us. And basically, I believe we can do better than them. And one thing that I listened to this morning on, I think it was on the news, it was about salary disparities between men and women to a point where we do the same job, but we get paid differently. Those are the barriers that we talk about because that demotivates a person. If you're doing the same job as a man, and most probably even doing it better, then what happens when you now know that this person is getting more than you? And I'm not saying that salary should be driving us, no, but those are some of the realities and the barriers that we get, and also not being given these opportunities that I'm talking about. So what we need is women that are willing, or even not even women, men as well, to recognize that this person or this lady is actually striving to do better and has a goal and wants to get somewhere. I know that I want to get somewhere. So any opportunity I welcome, and I make sure that I strive in it and I do my best. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jolisa. And I hope and I pray that as we go forward as women in the aviation industry, the opportunities open up and we're able to break through those barriers. And I hope that you enjoy the event today. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. As we continue the conversation going on and asking more women who are joining us this morning, how are you today?
I'm good, thanks, and you?
I'm very well, thank you. Just as you're at the Gender Summit Aviation, just tell me, what are your expectations of today?
My expectations for today is actually mingle amongst women and also have an understanding that the women knows the challenges that are there and being acknowledged by women leaders who have done it before us and having to understand also there are possibilities of growth that we're going to learn about. That's my expectation today.
Thank you so much. And because you've mentioned that you say there's an expectation of growth as well, what do you think are the different barriers that actually are against women in the aviation industry?
We are facing different times and different eras, so the challenges are actually different at the current moment. It's about also branding yourself. It's about also growing yourself as a woman, identifying and finding out who you are and what are you good at, so that you are able to be not just competitive, but being able to be in a platform where you are comfortable in your own space, and you have also passed worked working those things like imposter syndromes and everything, because we do suffer from that as well. So it's one of our challenges, I think.
That's absolutely true. We do suffer from imposter syndrome. And I think, if anything, if we're able to take up our space, our counterparts will be able to see that we are as capable as they are. So thank you so much. And I hope you enjoy the event today. Thank you so much. As we continue the Gender Summit conversation, I'm joined by Tepo. Tepo, how are you today? I'm very well, thank you. I'm just, as you're here at the Gender Aviation Summit, just tell us, what are your expectations of today?
After we reach the 50-50 gender-based equality, I think after that, the future should be 100% female aviators.
100%. I love that. You are very ambitious on that one. 100%. And just before we let you go, do you think there are any barriers that are coming between us into reaching that?
No, no, there will not be. There will not be at all.
Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy the event. As we continue the conversation going, I'm joined by Tato. Tato, how are you today? And what are your expectations of today's event?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Good, thank you.
So my expectations for today are to see how far are we in terms of last year's conference as well. And in regards to like raising career awareness, why are we like limiting it to like STEM careers only when there's like other departments that intertwine with the industry as well? So and that's what I'm looking forward towards.
That's absolutely important. I think sometimes we usually focus on the technical side, but we don't focus on the corporate, on the soft skills, which are very important. And just to keep that conversation going, what do you think are the barriers that may take us into not reaching that goal?
I think it's mostly financial issues. So with the with the CAA having their bursaries, opening their bursaries on the 26th, the question that I want to know is: are they only going to give preference to women to bridge the gap, or are they giving? Is it only open to women only? That's the questions that I want answered.
That is definitely a question and a half. And I hope that we will be able to meet those expectations and your questions. But I think that's what the Gender Summit is here for, to answer all those questions that you have. So thank you for joining us. And I hope you do enjoy the event.
So much.
So my trigger finger, stay prepared. I've got my weapon and I got my prayers. Cause if you don't run this town, they'll walk all over you. Run out loud, gotta run on. Keep on running till the sun goes down. Run out loud, better run on. Run all day till you can't be found.
All right, delegates, may I kindly request to start making our way back into the auditorium so that we can have that 11 a.m. hard start. Just a quick note as well, if you're going outside to the balcony just to take photographs or to just mingle, please won't you ensure that the door, that sliding door remains closed, as it is affecting the aircon in the room. And we want to be able just to have a good kind of feel with it. So the aircon in the room is currently being affected by just the sliding door being opened as you make your way to the balcony. So please do have fun in the balcony, go outside and mingle, but just be mindful of the door, please, so that it does not affect the status quo in the room. But we're going to have a start in about 5 minutes or so. So those that are who are still getting something to eat and something to nibble on, please start doing so and then stop making your way to your table so that we can begin at 11 a.m. promptly. Thank you.
Till the sun goes down. You can outrun the devil, but you ain't gonna outrun me. You ain't gonna outrun me. You ain't gonna, yeah. You ain't gonna outrun me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, you better run. Oh, yeah, I say you better run. My thoughts make me tired, just running through my mind. Wonder if there's peace that I could find instead of always being on the grind. I need a new purpose. I'm looking for so much more. Don't leave me here searching. You're just what I'm longing for. When times are getting crazy and everything seems hazy, is there some place for safe I can go? Run away into your escape. Run away, you're never too far to run. Run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away. Run away. It gets so loud that I can barely hear. But your words speak much louder than all my fears. Sometimes I just wanna disappear. Running until I can feel you near. I need a new purpose. I'm looking for so much more. Don't leave me here searching. You're just what I'm longing for. When times are getting crazy and everything seems hazy, is there some place for safety I could go? Run away into your escape. Run away, you're never too far to run. Run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away. 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 Stay till the morning. Tell me you want it. You know I'll go on and on. Cause you're too important. I'm honest, too honest. Know if you touch me, I'm gone. Just say the word and I'll give you up. I can't, don't act like this ain't a good time. I'll be in a lifetime. It's been like this for a while. I gave you all my life. Stay till the sunrise when it's only us. Oh, let's be for real. Now you're scared to fall in love, but I want you still. I could put in all the work, I'll keep you from hurting. Baby, I'll always be here, even in 100 years. I want you still. Cause I want you still. I can't deny, won't even try if it ain't you, babe. Done with goodbyes, look in my eyes, tell me you feel the same. Don't act like this ain't a good time. Be in a lifetime. It's been like this for a while. I gave you all my life. Stay till the sunrise when it's only us. Oh, let's be for real. Know you're scared to fall in love, but I want you still. I could put in all the work, I'll keep you from hurting. Baby, I'll always be here. Even in 100 years, I want you still.
All right, wonderful delegates, distinguished guests, please may we start taking our seats in the auditorium so that we can start with the next part of the program. I do see that we've got some delegates that are congregating at the back. Can you kindly start making your way to your seats so that we can just start with our program as well? I promise I'm going to give you plenty of opportunity today to just get something, just to be comfortable, and to just give you plenty of opportune moments to network, which is also the premise of today's gathering as well. So your comfort break was good? Thumbs up. Is everybody still okay? Okay, no. I do need a little bit more interaction because I do believe I've got women in the room and I do have this set bias that women are more interactive, more engaging, louder too. Don't judge us by our voices, louder too. So is everybody still okay? Thumbs up. Yeah, we're all good. Thank you so much. I really am looking forward to being with you throughout the course as we really have pertinent conversations regarding the practicality of lifting as we rise. And ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly request that as our panelists, as our speakers, make their way to the front to give their presentations, please start already thinking about the questions that you would like to probe. We're going to keep these sessions quite interactive, and we're also going to have roving mics that are going to be just roaming throughout the room as well. So please, if you do have a question, raise your hand. The microphone will get to you. Ask your question. May I kindly request that you also keep the question brief so that we do not, waste time on that. So please just be succinct. Go into your question, ask the question, and we'll keep it as interactive and we'll keep the flow in that manner. So please don't feel at all shy to ask the questions today. This is your event, this is your time, and you are well represented and you are in good company throughout the course of today. And speaking about being in good company, let us begin off with our first presentation, which is going to be delivered by the Head of Strategic Planning, Coordination and Partnerships at the International Civil Aviation Organization, Ms. Tilly de Bot, who's going to be speaking about whether or not the world has risen to the challenge and giving insights into the challenges faced by corporates globally and locally in reaching the 2030 goal and recommendations to combat these challenges. Now, Mr. Bot is joining us from Belgium today, so please do give a round of applause as she plugs in online. And after presentation, we'll come in and then we'll have those Q&A sessions. So please give Mr. Bot a round of applause as she presents her presentation today.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and greetings from Belgium. I hope that you can hear me loud and clear. And I want to say a special hello to the women of the South African aviation world, as I have so many fond memories of when we organized the first ever Global Aviation Gender Summit in Cape Town in 2018. And I want to extend my deepest thanks to the South African Civil Aviation Authority for the opportunity that has been given to me today, this morning, to share a few thoughts and have a conversation with you from afar at your National Aviation Gender Summit. And it's both so encouraging and inspiring to see states that take action and organize initiatives such as this one, to help advance gender equality in aviation and uplift those voices of women across the sector to break that glass ceiling. And I'm going to share 4 slides with you to illustrate a little bit progress and challenges. And so bear with me as I am putting this on the screen. And I do hope that you can see. I will have to go back a little bit. Here we go. And I do hope that you can still see this slide. Hold on. So I'm sorry. I will have to look a little bit. Sorry for that. There's a few technical glitches, but I will try to sort that out. Hold on, please. So let me allow to set the context. I will go on and see how we can sort this out. Gender equality, and maybe you've heard this already, but gender equality is a basic human right, and it is enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights of 1948, and integrated, as you all know, in the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and specifically SDG number 5, and it actually runs across all the other SDGs. But the picture of gender equality worldwide is bleak. And there is an analysis that has been done by the World Economic Forum in 2022, which is called their Global Gender Gap Report, that states that it will take another 132 years, you heard that correctly, to close the global gender gap worldwide if we don't act now. And the UN also did their Sustainable Development Report in 2023, and it highlights there that it will take another 300 years to end child marriage, and another 140 years to obtain equal representation and leadership at the workplace. So sobering figures. So I was asked today to cover progress and challenges at the global and local level regarding gender equality in aviation as it relates to the SDGs of 2030. Now, has there been made progress since 2018, since the first Global Aviation Gender Summit? Yes, timid progress, I would say. Much more progress need to be made, and at an accelerated pace. Yeah. Do challenges exist? Oh yes, they exist for sure. Do we have insights into the reasons why progress is not happening at a quicker pace? In my opinion, we're only starting to scratch the surface. But let's maybe first focus a little bit on the progress. And again, here, I would like to commend from the bottom of my heart states like South Africa, its leaders, the Ministry of Transport, and the Civil Aviation Authority. Over the years, South Africa has demonstrated a firm commitment to the advancement of women in aviation. And I mentioned in the beginning the first ever Global Aviation Gender Summit in 2018 in Cape Town. And really this event marked a shift in action, I would say, towards the goal of achieving gender equality in the aviation sector. So that gender summit, for those who were there, remember, they brought together experts from the aviation and the non-aviation work, because it is important to have that cross-fertilization and not only be looking at what the aviation world can or cannot do. We really have to also look at lessons learned from other sectors and learn how they tackled issues and problems. So those stakeholders came together and looked really at gender equality in aviation from a life cycle approach, meaning to tackle the issue of having too few women in aviation, in the aviation world. We might have to go and look back, all the way back to kindergarten even. And here I'm specifically thinking about stereotyping and unconscious biases, which I personally think is one of the major issues when it comes to the advancement of women in the aviation sector. The outcome document of the South African Aviation Summit, which among other issues highlighted the need for gender disaggregated data to drive gender-related policies and programs in aviation, also underscored that importance of addressing stereotypes and biases. Now, the follow-up to the outcome document set the foundation for the second Global Aviation Gender Summit, which was held in Madrid in Spain, where we pledged to be working together to undo the barriers that women and girls face in order to change the makeup of the aviation workforce, and also where commitments were made by important partners like the UK and Eurocontrol in support of gender equality and the next generation of aviation professionals. Hold on just a minute. I'm multitasking here, as many women do, taking care of an elderly dad, being on leave, and having this wonderful opportunity to be with you. Yes, UK and Eurocontrol were actually pledged commitments there for supporting gender equality and the next generation of aviation professionals. So really, these two summits and the outcomes, together with other initiatives, of course, that have happened, and I will expand a little bit on those immediately, really accelerated the awareness and action to support gender equality in aviation. And I'm going to specifically focus now on what ICAO has done together with global aviation stakeholders and states to push forward action on gender equality. And let me bring you back to 2021. There's only a few highlights in interest of time, but those elements that I believe are really setting the tone. And in 2021, Council in ICAO adopted a declaration to improve gender representation in ICAO's governing and technical bodies. And this is huge. This is normally 36 men sitting together. Now the council committed to, we need more women in leadership positions at the council where decisions are being made, and also in technical bodies. So it was a concrete step in demonstrating the leadership of the ICAO Council in promoting the role of women in aviation. And by the way, as of the 31st of December 2023, we have 10 out of 36 members on the council in ICAO that are women. Then we have the Assembly resolution a year later in 2022. The Assembly resolution A41-26 really looked at, updated an older version of gender resolution that looked at how to promote gender equality in the aviation sector. Really a unanimously support of the Assembly, and astonishing and really encouraging so many states that came out and talked about the importance of gender equality in aviation, and really zooming in on new actions for member states, the council, and the ICAO Secretariat. Important, again, in ICAO at the council is that there was a decision to create an ICAO Council small group on gender, which has been phenomenal in pushing forward the agenda, the implementation of the resolution, and supporting ICAO on specific initiatives, having yearly the International Women's Days with a big involvement of that council small group. Of course, that is an opportunity where women are being showcased for their contributions as technologists, innovators, entrepreneurs, and activists and influencers. The small group also was very, very, very helpful in advising and steering action and preparations for the second Global Aviation Gender Summit and its call to action. There was a creation of a compilation of best practices of states, which was presented, and also, and there's a network of states focal points that has been created with now over 105 members that are coming together regularly virtually. Of course, to look at, but I will continue and talk a little bit more about this further on in my talk. But these are kind of initiatives that accompany, that really, I believe, come and for which the Gender Summit in South Africa basically, how you say in English, shake the tree and called for an awakening, right? So this year also, ICAO, for the first time ever, I must say, at least that I know, has now a small team of a few people, but that are totally dedicated to mainstreaming gender equality throughout the organization. What do we mean with mainstreaming? Normally, when you talk to leadership about gender equality in aviation, they say, it's an HR problem. And actually, it is very important, but it goes beyond. It looks at, do you have gender equality included in your strategic plans, in your budgeting? Do you have, anytime there is, for example, an audit or an evaluation that is made, do they consider gender equality? Does your leadership, every time they go out, talk about the importance of gender equality? So there are, and the UN actually focuses on this, to have in an organization gender equality mainstream. There's about 16 to 17 indicators that need to be followed, and on which they then say, yep, okay, you know, you're going forward. And all of the UN agencies are mandated to report on this, and this looks at the gender mainstreaming. So we now have a little team. It's actually 3 people, but it's a start. Never happened before, dedicated to mainstreaming of gender equality within the organization and also supporting states on gender equality. Remember, I talked about the commitment of the UK and also Eurocontrol, but the UK actually made it possible that we are now going to roll out a program. Well, first needs to be installed, but we will roll it out in the next few months, that looks at setting up a global ambassadors program for gender equality, diversion and inclusion. Call it a goodwill ambassadors program for gender equality, diversity, and inclusion. Never happened before. ICAO is now, with funds that we received from the UK, setting up this program, meaning that we will be able to select a few global ambassadors and then invite states to nominate influential people. Can be very young to very old, but that will drive forward on critical moments in their states. Go and talk with the prime minister, go and talk with the ministers of finances, go to schools and advocate for gender equality in aviation. The beauty about starting a career in aviation as a woman. So you will hear more of that very soon, but this is absolutely uplifting, I would say, and lots of things will happen on the level of advocacy, what those influential peoples will be able to do, also to maybe further catalyze progress and specifically advocate for gender equality more broadly. Another avenue that we've seen, and I'm actually very encouraged by this is that I've seen the progress that more and more at the regional level, when the director generals of civil aviation come together at the regional level, they have their meetings. There is now more and more and a focus also on gender equality. Last month, for example, I had the pleasure of moderating a panel that focused on structural bottlenecks to career advancement for women in the aviation sector. And it was in the North American, Central American, and Caribbean DGCA meeting in Belize. And really, lots of men, but actually fantastic discussions on why it is needed and why it is so important that women participate. The need to share more knowledge, information, as well as best practicing that could trigger decision making. So also we have seen in 2023 that a lot of our regional offices continuously continue to promote the importance of gender equality, have create initiatives to advance women in aviation. And this happens through conferences, they have action plans, they have webinars, etc. But for example, the Eastern and Southern African office, our regional office, is a member of the African Women in Aviation Steering Group, and that's a platforming and rallying point for African female aviation professionals to promote gender equality in the sector. So again, South Africa, really, I commend you for organizing the national gender summits, and they really, I mean, of what I can sense is that there is a very robust engagement and discussions and concrete actions that are being discussed. And I know that your state also has taken excellent steps through its transformation and employment equity plan. So really, please do keep up the excellent job. So now, what are the challenges? Well, at the UN, Secretary General Antonio Guterres has stated that gender equality remains the unfinished business of our time. We need to accelerate the pace. There is a tremendous amount of work to be done, and still quite some challenges ahead of us. On the challenges, there are many, but I like to focus on four that come to my mind when we talk about gender equality in aviation, and I believe that are felt globally and also locally at the state level, and maybe share also some of the work that ICAO is doing and where we hope to be working together with states. And first of all, it's the unconscious bias and stereotyping. And now, what do we mean with this? It is, we talk about stereotyping as the existence of kind of a generalized view of a preconception about characteristics, roles, professions that ought to be done, performed by women and men. Yeah. So it's this preset condition, like you know, if a young girl, 4 years old, if I would ask her, what would you like to do when you grow up? And this young girl would say to me, I want to become a firefighter. I would be startled, honestly. And I should not be, because I should not have a preconception, and I should be saying, if you want to do that, great. You can be whatever you want to be. But honest to God, I think that if we really look down, deep down, everyone has stereotyping and has unconscious biases, yeah? And it can become really harmful. And mind you, it's not only men that would have, stereotyping, it's all over, yeah? It's women and men. So, but the stereotyping can become very harmful because it will limit women and men capacity to develop their personal abilities, to pursue careers, to lower themselves, to maybe not apply for jobs when you know that it is predominantly men or predominantly women, right, in that typical field of career. So we carry forward those biases and blind spots, and it can be really impactful. And so here, and we're actually looking for partners on this one, but to better understand the dynamics and the impact of stereotyping in the aviation sector, we hope to be able to collaborate with the Australian National University. They have a global institute for women's leadership. And they would like to conduct a diversity in aviation study. They've done the same for the space sector. UNOSA, the UN entity on space-related matters, did work with them, and they did a study, a survey, global, on what the bottlenecks are, and looking at also the stereotyping. Now, this university, or the center, wants to do the same for aviation. And mind you, this does not exist. Individual states might have an analysis, might have done studies, might have done surveys, but globally, it is not existing. And so for us, this would shed a light. Remember, I first said we're only scratching the surface of the reasons why it is so difficult for women to push through. So that study, and we're looking for partners, and we're looking for funding, but we really think that this study might be putting us in front of us outcomes that we might know, and it would confirm then the findings, or we actually might also find surprises that would help us in making the right decisions. So that's what I really believe, the stereotyping and the unconscious biases being a really hurdle to the progression of women, and also the choice of career professions that youngsters make. There might be a lot of biases and stereotyping going on there as well. Now, so that's for stereotyping. The second challenge I would like to focus on is the importance of mentors, role models, coaching. And I cannot state that enough, that at one point, all of us in our lives, we needed that encouragement of having really the unshakable support of peers, of supervisors, of leaders to help us to pursue a career in what we want to build a career in. And for us, of course, it's in aviation. So we really need to institutionalize this, make it more accessible, make it more easy for women to find and to access and to go and be able to talk to role models, have coaching programs made available, mentorships problem, training and knowledge sharing, etc. This is important to provide guidance to women and young girls as they pursue their careers. And And sometimes it's discouraging because, yeah, you hear about that, it's important, role models, but then it's this person that, you know, is not accessible because so high up, because so intimidating, maybe. So we need to make this accessible. We need to have this institutionalized so that it is easy to access. Then what ICAO here is trying to do. We've and I mentioned this before as well. If you remember, mentioned the fact that we as part of the second Global Aviation Gender Summit, we asked for the nomination of state gender focals. And up to now, we have 105 nominations. So that network that is being established is also in some way, you could see it as some coaching or mentoring among one another, because it's going to help states in sharing information, in sharing knowledge, tools, and best practices. Bolivia might have a problem around gender equality for which South Africa has a solution. But if Bolivia doesn't know that there is a gender focal or that these programs are ongoing in South Africa, how can they reach out? So the intent of that network, we want to set up in ICAO a platform that would allow the reaching out, the availability of tools and best practices, so that it becomes easy for states to share information, to contact one another through that network, through that platform, to reach out across regions. Because again, one country in a particular region can have a solution, could even have through the availability of the national global ambassador, have him or her pay a visit to go and talk to leaders, to schools, what have you. So it is really important that there is that sharing of information, that setting of best practices. And this goes in line with what I mentioned about the importance of mentoring, coaching, and also having role models, right? The third challenge is, in my mind, policy setting and budgets. And this is a bit boring, but oh so needed. You can advocate for gender equality all you want, but if a state doesn't put it into their national plans and provide budgets, nothing is going to happen. Well, something might happen, but it's not going to be continued. There's no possibility for scale up. So it is absolutely important that we take policy setting budgets very seriously. And so here we really need to be looking again at the mainstreaming of gender across all programmatic and administrative aspects, right? Now, ICAO, for example, on gender equality, the Secretary General really has pushed forward an amazing transformation in the organization, and I'm very pleased to see that gender equality is one of the focuses of that transformation. And through that transformation, we've been able to access a little bit of funding, but also states have provided funding and support for the transformation. Hence, the UK being able, and other states, for example, Canada, as well as Qatar, have provided support through through gratis personnel, through consultancies, and to that officer that will join us to set up the program around the global ambassadors. Now, so again, it's a never-ending story because funding is now available to do things, but you have to continuously advocate and be mindful that gender equality will be there. ICAO is working on first time ever on a long-term strategy from 2026 to 2050. And again, I'm very delighted to see that gender equality is proposed to be a high enabler to achieve the strategic goals. Very, very important. Last challenge I would like to focus on is the lack of data. And actually, it all starts with data, I would say, because if you can't show the data, people might not be convinced that there is a problem. We need data to be available. This data need to be analyzed, and we need, of course, quality statistics. Now, we have a fundamental problem in that ICAO collects data through surveys on a regular basis, and the latest survey that was done was released in 2023, and it covers a period between 2016 and 2021. Unfortunately, it only looks at licensed personnel meaning pilots, air traffic controllers, maintenance technicians, engineers. And I hope you're all sitting down, but maybe you know the figures, right? But the percentage of licensed personnel between 2016 and 2021 has increased from 4.5% globally in 2016 to 4.9% in 2021. I repeat, 4.5% 2016 to 4.9% in 2021. Very sobering. Licensed personnel, here's another problem. Licensed personnel only presents 10% of all the jobs that exist in aviation. So, meaning that the figures that we have don't provide the whole picture. So how can you start making decisions when you don't have the full picture? So we are now, and this is also what came out of the first Aviation Gender Summit in South Africa, has been again hammered upon in the second Global Aviation Gender Summit in Madrid, the need for data, the need for broadening the data as stakeholders work together. So that's what ICAO and I mean together again with the council small work group, the small group on gender is doing. They are basically in June they called together the aviation stakeholders, industry, associations, put them together with the data hub in ICAO and looked at how can we work together. Everyone has bits and pieces of data that needs to be brought together, but not once. It needs to be brought together on a sustainable basis so that going forward, we'll have the data that will allow us to take the right decisions. Because now we're only going about the abysmal low figures that we have for licensed personnel. And another important fact that I would like to mention, and I'm almost finished, I'm sorry I went way over time, but I get excited. is that we're doing and that will help states who might not have done a gendered analysis. We're actually putting together a guidance on how to do a gender analysis at the state level. And that's being done together with UN Women, and that will become available basically, I think, in somewhere the first quarter of next year. So, and I'm ending here. Has the world risen to the challenge? Will we meet the SDG, 2030 goal? We've made timid progress, I would say, and progress is to come. Of that, I do not have a doubt. But we need to urgently all come together, build on lessons learned, look at what experiences out there, get that data together, and then take the right actions that will move the needle, and join forces across the globe. Gender equality is not just a moral imperative. It's really crucial for sustainable development of the aviation sector, and especially since the aviation sector is set to grow. Women represent half of the world's population, so there is this huge potential that is out there. Aviation sector is growing. Hey, we should be on board. So important also, and I cannot enough describe this, is the attraction of young people, girls and boys. And this needs to start not only in high school, it needs to start way earlier in really laying out what is the beauty of joining the aviation sector as a career path. And we hope that, the influential national ambassadors will be able to help states with that. So I think that I will end my too long presentation here, but I really thank you for having had the opportunity. Sorry that the PowerPoint didn't show up, but happy to share that anyways with you. It has the stats there, the abysmally low stats, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have now or even in writing. And I wish you an excellent continuation of your summit. Thank you very much. And I hand it now back to, I think, the MC.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bott. Much appreciated for that very sobering presentation that you've given. May I kindly request also, delegates, with your permission, I'm just looking at the sake of time as well and timing, if we can move to the next session as well. And that would allow also for our panelists who are going to be delivering their presentations to also be given an opportunity to interact with you in the room so that you can ask these questions. And some of the findings that Mr. Bott made, we can also translate them to also our executives who are going to be sharing presentations with us. Is that okay? Yeah, I think that let's do that. And to talk a little bit about the next presentation, it's really going to be enhancing and really building for what we shared right now on how are we ensuring women's participation as our sector soars beyond the pandemic. So we're going to be looking at progress made by South Africa since 2019. We're also going to be looking at sector performance and women participation in numbers. We're also going to be looking at special initiatives by the sector, some of the gaps that have been identified, and also looking at the future plans going forward. And as I requested, please do give this moment as well, just thoughts, write down notes as to some of the questions that you would like to be ventilated across the room, and then we will make way for that as well. So with that, may I kindly ask the following individuals who will be giving the 10-minute presentation. So I also ask panelists, can we keep it to 10 minutes? Because I really want us to start with the engagement. I'm sure many of you have got real practical questions to ask our panelists this morning. So our executives, may I ask in the following order, please to come up. You'll be seated across the chairs. What will then happen is that you will be giving a presentation, having a seat, and then the next executive will provide the presentation, then have a seat, so that I don't also take up time by coming in and announcing everybody individually. Is that also okay? So they're going to be giving, we're going to all be seated. You're going to give your presentation, and the next individual is going to give their presentation, and then we're going to wrap it up with an audience engagement just to also save up on time. Please do welcome the Chief Executive Officer of Airports Company South Africa, Ms. Nompumelelo Mpumi Mpofu. Please give a round of applause as she comes up. Please do welcome the Chief Executive Officer of Airlines Association of Southern Africa, Mr. Aaron Munetsi. Please give him a round of applause as he comes up. Then the Chief Executive Officer of Air Traffic Navigation Services, Ms. Nozipho Mdawe, will be represented by the Senior Manager of Safety Standards and Regulations for Air Traffic Navigation Services, Ms. Tembisa Mapike. Please do come up, Ms. Tembisa. And of course, last but not least, we've got the project manager for the Board of Airlines Representatives of South Africa, Ms. Sarah Bruce. Please give Ms. Sarah Bruce a round of applause as she comes up as well. And as specified, of course, we will start with Ms. Nompumelelo, and then we will go to the different panelists. And then after your presentation, panelists, then we'll have that Q&A session, please. Starting off with the Chief Executive Officer of Airports Company South Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Program Director, thank you very much for the opportunity. I see that the Deputy Minister and the DCA, the chairperson of the board, and the board members have just left the room, but I recognize them in absentia. I'm going to be very brief on this presentation, but I will take more than 10 minutes. It's our day today. This is a day when we rise, and as we're rising, we do it, in our own pace. I will try and cover as much as I can, Program Director, but please do forgive me. I am particularly, I can see now the excitement you've had just from the view of all these wonderful women in this room. It is absolutely breathtaking. In the presentation, we'll go very quickly through what we've been asked to cover, which are the items that are indicated there, just to save some time. And in essence, what I will be trying to do is to just give a little bit of context, because what I thought was important, and I'm happy the Deputy Minister has left the room, I was going to give a broad global governance context for the benefit of the new leadership. So maybe we can do that another time. Because very frequently we speak to ACAO, ACI, Kenzo, etc., and the relationship between all of them is not exactly always clear to everyone. And I thought I would do that for the Deputy Minister as we start. But if we just move on, in essence, because I'm going to be speaking to this particular context, as I said, I'm the CEO of Airports Company South Africa. We are members of the Airports Council International at world level. I serve on their board, and Airports Council International Africa. So like CAA, who reports to ACAO, there is a quadrant relationship between ACAO, Kenzo, ACI, and IATA. The two colleagues here from the airlines report to IATA. And it's quite important to contextualize exactly what ACI is in that context so that we all understand it is the part that's responsible for airports. And I report basically on the activities of ACI, both world and Africa, just to give you a flavor of what it is that we're doing around gender equality as airports. And in this particular slide, we basically just give you a context, what dubbed Voice of African Airports,
and we promote professional excellence in airport operations and airport management. But more importantly, in 2023, ACI Africa comprised of 70 regular members from 53 of the African countries, managing 265 airports across the African continent. And we now also have and boast a portfolio of 52 business partners. And that means aviation management or airport management companies that join ACI for the purposes of delivering services and being outsourced. The genesis of gender equality in our aviation space has been well articulated in the previous presentations, and I would just like to reiterate Resolution A3930, and which contributes towards the SDGs in 2030. But also Resolution A4126, specifically on the Gender Equality Program on participation of women in global aviation sector. IATA also aims to change gender equality by 2025, and as such, whilst we have very low percentage in high-skilled and managerial levels, IATA has made an adoption very clearly of 25% by 2025. At ACI World, which at the global level serves 668 members, ACI members also operate 1,979 airports in 176 countries. Gender diversity has been elevated, and from the 3% of CEOs in the airport industry, when compared to 6.5% in the Fortune 500 CEOs, ACI World also makes commitment, I'll speak to that later, about gender transformation in the airport management space. In fact, our president at ACI World, for the first time, is a woman. She is the president of the North America airports in the United States. ACI World also, in pursuing this agenda, signed an agreement with the International Aviation Women's Association. And as such, through this program, education, training, and various other initiatives, including an annual scholarship, would be moving to promoting the ACI Airport Executive Program. ACI Africa, on the other hand, adopted a program recently which includes a charter with 10 commitments, which are really aimed at the gender and diversity and equality, and they are listed there. I won't go through all of them, but just to highlight that they also include promoting professional equality between men and women, wage policy that respects gender equality, and guaranteeing equitable access to vocational training. Those 10 commitments then drive the program at ACI Africa and drive our activities as individual airports in various countries. We've also looked at the statistics across the transport sector to which we belong. And in a sense, what is disheartening is the slow pace of movement in terms of overall representation of women. And what we do see particularly is a percentage, 0.5%, 0.25% migration up every year, which is really, really disheartening. So for African women, particularly at top management, we moved from 2022 to 2023 in 1 year to 23-24, 0.1% improvement. At senior management, there's a slightly bigger gap from 8.7 to 9.6%, and in the professionally qualified, only a marginal 0.2% movement. What we also looked at then is the female representation in our own company. And as such, let me first start by saying at the leadership level, there's been significant movements. We now have a board that has 5 women and 5 men. At management level, we have 4 women and 5 men. But when we start analyzing the depth of the business inside the body of 3,000 employees at Airports Company South Africa, the problems start emerging. Senior management, which is really the highly technical environments in aviation. And that senior management takes us from below executives to what would be a senior management level. We are at a shamefully 3%. But that 3% is then supported very strongly by a middle management, and that basically goes down from that level to the operational level, where we are at 22% of women. And then for the balance of the staff, which is junior management, we're at 75. What does this illustrate? What it illustrates is that the difficult technical areas are the areas where highly qualified engineers, former pilots, technicians who have worked in the aviation industry, and particularly in airport management, are located. And that is still where the biggest problem is. So you've tried to recruit women into that, but in essence, that's the more difficult area. Junior management, we've had the impact because at entry level, our recruitment policies have promoted access to new people coming in, but at middle management as well, that 22% reflects a migration upwards. And let me just say, a disclosure is that Airports Company South Africa was formed in 1994, like most agencies. But generally, Airports Council Company South Africa was a military personnel located in the Department of Transport responsible for running airports prior to 94. And the nature of the complement in that area indicates to you that remnant of the people who migrated before 1994 into what really is the core. There are not many in number, it's just low in percentage of that component. What we've also done is an analysis around gender equity and pay gap, because we think that's actually quite important to analyze the pay gap, because that's where it hits home. And generally, I think the exercise around gender pay gap is quite an important one, even for the country. In my previous life, I did some extensive work around the Gini coefficient. Now, Gini coefficient is a measure of inequality in our country, and we don't fare very well. I'm sure you've heard statements that say South Africa is one of the most unequal countries in the world. As I say in my previous life, if you do the analysis of the Gini coefficient and break it down, you will find that there are many components. One of the components is income inequality, the other is asset inequality, the other is food inequality and access to food. But the most important contributor in South Africa to the Gini coefficient is asset inequality. The second is gender inequality and gender in income. And what that means is simply that we don't pay women what we pay men for equal work. And I think that's really a travesty of justice for a country like ours, where women are in the majority. But because it contributes to the Gini coefficient, we should even make it a more urgent area. So in my previous life, we started the campaign around Banyana earning the same as Bafana Bafana. And it's as simple as that. It's as simple as taking conscious decisions that in publicly accountable institutions, public sector institutions, government, etc., have met that. But it's just in the institutions outside of government that still prevails. So in government, at least, there are fewer women in technical jobs, but in essence, where they do that work, they get paid the same salary as would men. At least that's policy. In SOEs, that's policy. The problem is in the private sector, in the NGO sector, in the non-statutory NPOs and everywhere else. But just to highlight the point on gender pay gap, it really should be unconstitutional and illegal. Very simple. And we should make it intolerable in a country that somebody gets paid less for doing the same amount of work. In our analysis at Airports Company South Africa, we have a gap between male and female at management level, which would indicate the female at 45% and male at 55%. So we've got a pay gap of 10% difference between male and female. Sorry. Yeah. My apologies. Yeah, I'm here. And the second part is we've done an analysis as well in general staff. So at management level, I think the problem gets solved, but the picture for general staff is worse. And that basically indicates a 48% versus 52% pay gap between females and male under general staff. And that's really what we then set up as priorities to create the equalization, to interrogate the underlying reasons as to why it is that you have that pay gap and very specifically aim to correct it. What we find is very critical is then to analyze why we have the gap. And the next set of slides illustrate the point. We've come out of COVID with a clear intention to normalize, and one of the issues is about hybrid model. And what we really find is that to achieve gender equality, you must be able to create a holistic environment. We must create flexibility. We must create space for personal growth, because that's what women demand. You must also ensure that you're allowing the work environment to have deeper connections. Women now, and rightfully so, demand a work environment that's conducive. Because if you don't provide it, they'll shift and go to a company that does. It's as simple as that. And they can. I was saying to somebody earlier on, I don't know how other countries want budgets for gender equality, etc. These things really just take hard decisions and leadership and foresight and commitment. We've achieved so much in the public sector across, we've excelled globally on women representation and equality, and we've done so without a budget. We use the same budget. In fact, I was going to make a joke to the deputy minister when he was here earlier. He was saying women want to take a seat at the table, or no, now they want the bench. I was going to say, no, women are the table. Asifune kuhlaliswa, itafula ithina. That's who we are. And they can come and talk around us and decide what's to be done. But we actually are the table around whom matters are discussed. And in fact, the challenge for us is to take our rightful place in the society. We've looked at also, in line with the requests, a number of areas that can help us in terms of just closing the gender pay gap. And again, we raise this issue in our own company, we see it, and in many other companies. Majority of women in lower paying jobs, you saw our junior management statistics, they tell you that story. In the higher echelons of airport management, still very much males, but also the transition between our various entities, the tradition of pilots, flight engineers, engineering and technical managerial. But effectively, what our people now demand is a very clear new value proposition for female employees. The other area we should focus on is on creating the pipeline of women aviators and women who will go into the aviation space, and that's through STEM. Science and technology, education and training, and all of us taking responsibility for creating that pipeline. Skills development and training is also going to remain quite an important area. We've then listed a number of areas through our current operations and business that we would prioritize in order to eliminate inequality. What we recognize in our own country, which is quite unique, it doesn't exist anywhere else, is that women in South Africa face what is called the triple yoke of oppression, of gender, of race, and of class. And we shouldn't forget the last one of class, because the assessment we normally make is assume they're 2. It's actually triple. So when you face those challenges, it means employers must take very clear, concrete steps towards your empowerment programs. And eradicating that would include a number of incentives we have in talent management, in recruitment, in succession, pay scale, skills development. But as I said, in the hybrid arrangement, make the environment conducive, make sure women have flexible working time. But also there's something we don't do well. We assume women are just going to grow. But there's an issue we're weak at, which is mentorship, sponsorship, and the creation of development opportunities. It's easier for us as women to mentor each other, but we don't have structured programs that allow for that. And I could say quite easily, with the women leadership that is entering into the aviation space, there just isn't the opportunity to do that meaningfully. It needs to be structured, it needs to be a concerted effort. Also importantly is the reward program that we should attach as incentives to ensure that diversity goals are actually met. What do we think are the benefits of this if women are, and this post-COVID environment is really testing us, because people now know that they can go and buy makeup in Sandton and still achieve your goals. And it's okay, because they're going to work at night and they can't go to Sandton at 3 o'clock, or they can't work at 3 o'clock, they choose to work at night. So those choices are something that's innate. And something that I think COVID did to all of us is to value life more. We know we can pass away tomorrow. So the value attached to our own lives is one that suggests that you want to do with your time when you want to do, how you want to do. And employers should get used to that fact. And it's a heavy task for us. It's a very, very difficult task for us who sit as leadership of organizations, because we must recognize that's the new reality. But here's a test. I've been trying at Airports Company to match all that liberal environment with productivity assessment on the other side. If we can get that right, I'm sure we can really put forward a valid employee value proposition that takes the center of employee relations as we move forward. When we sort that out in the workplace, my last comment is we still have a problem in society. Patriarchy in South Africa is still dominant. So we can fix the environment in the workplace, but our biggest challenge is how we fix it in your household. And make sure that you are not taking a tray to somebody who's earning a salary like yours, so that you can feed them. Kanti nonke niphume ngo-9 emsebenzini. That the responsibilities of children are not left to you alone, and that, Chairman, it's you who counted the men in the room. The men in the room also take children to school and fetch them. That the responsibilities of laundry, keeping up the household, making sure the food is. I'd like to leave the male counter as I conclude. Women are meant to be feminine. And trust me, they become the table that multiplies. But feminine energy is born out of strong men who take responsibility for everything that they should. And where we've shifted from is where less responsibility in the house is given to our male counterparts. What it does, it produces women that have a masculine energy that is something that you do not want. So that, as the Deputy Minister said, the task is for the men in our society to work with us so we can collectively create this beautiful environment where women thrive, excel, and more importantly, become the table that gives birth to a great nation. I thank you.
So, colleagues, I was just wondering as the CEO was speaking and she kept looking this way and say, a woman should not take a tray to the man. And I'm the only man here. I just wanted to remind the CEO that this morning as I was ironing my shirt, I realized as I was ironing my shirt this morning, getting ready for this meeting, I also realized that I'm handicapped in that department. I did not call anybody to do it for me. So it's a disclaimer. If you see any creases on my shirt, realize that it's a man trying to do the things that you take for granted. But once again, colleagues, thank you very much giving me this opportunity. As you can see, I'm the only man on the stage. There must be a reason for it. And one of the reasons is that I can't move this machine. I'm pressing the green. So you see, no matter what level you are, you have to go back to the women and ask for assistance. Okay, on a serious note, I think the CEO has spoken substantively about us as a country. I just want us to take a little bit of a helicopter view and go back a little bit because she also belongs to the board of the ACI Africa, which is very important for us in aviation because we can't be an island on our own. So I just want us to take a step back and look at some context in terms of who we are as Africa. If you look at Africa, the overall contribution of Africa to global aviation in numbers is only 2%. By the way, how many of us are Africans in here? Don't laugh. Don't laugh. How many of us are Africans here? All of us, right? And how many of us are proud Africans? Fantastic, fantastic. Just by show, quickly, show of hands. How many of you know how many countries are in Africa? I hear 54, I hear 53, I hear, fellow Africans. Okay, so what's the population of Africa? What is the population of Africa? Ooh. Hey, yeah. Okay, fellow Africans. This is where Google comes in handy, right? So we are not sure how many countries are in Africa. We are not sure the population of Africa, but I'm sure we know this one. This is a very simple question. Colleagues, fellow Africans, what language is the most spoken language in Africa? And you're also very proud Swahili, and you're all wrong. Because French is the most spoken language in Africa. Yeah. Ooh, fellow Africans, are you really proud to be Africans? I'm sure if I was asking you about Europe or the USA, you would be giving me answers like this. Okay, let me make it easy for you. Let me make it easy for you. One very simple answer, simple question that I know all of you have got the answer for. So the longest river in Africa is the Nile River, right? And the third longest is? Yes. Yeah, go to Google. But anyway, colleagues, I just wanted you to see the perspective of who we are as Africa. with 30 million square kilometers in terms of the total land mass, and the population of 1.3, 1.4 billion out of 55 countries. Our density is 46.1 per square kilometer. And a GDP, our nominal GDP, 2.9 trillion, and per capita, 2.1. Now, if you compare us with the USA, who are almost 3 times smaller than us in terms of land mass, who are very small in terms of population compared to us, their GDP is 25.3 trillion. And yet we've got all the resources. There's not one mineral resource in the world that you can't find in Africa. Compare us with China. Again, we are almost 4 times bigger than China in terms of land mass. Again, their GDP, 20.25 trillion. Now, bring it even further down to a country, specific country. I was comparing with continents here. Compare it with Germany. Germany is only 357,000 square kilometers. Only 350. They only have 83 million people. 83 million compared to 1.4 billion. Look at their GDP, 4.3 trillion. CEO, this is actually an indication of something that we are doing very wrong as men leaders on the continent. We are the ones who are responsible for this. No women are responsible for this. And we have to fix this. How do we fix this? What we always say is where there's a will, there's a way, and there's much more. There's much more. As an aviation sector, what we are doing, bringing it down, is we want to have a more sector that is employment record. And the lady who spoke online actually spoke about one thing that is critical for us, not only in South Africa, not only in the SADC region, but on the continent. We are data shy. We actually don't have data. No matter how many times you speak about it, the only sector that actually gives us some kind of data is AXA, especially in South Africa, and in the SADC region. Nobody else gives us data that we can actually work on. So as an airline association, our biggest challenge is that we need to be able to have the competency and confidence to share that data. Because once you get the data, you're then going to be able to actually share meaningful insights and come up with solutions to the challenges that we face. So at a global level, 1 in 10 jobs, this is now according to the United Nations World Tourism Organization, 1 in 10 jobs is tourism related. 1 in 10 jobs. So if you know 10 people, of those 10 people, 1 of them should be or will be in an aviation related job or a tourism related job. And then aviation itself supports 470,000 jobs in Africa, 470,000 jobs. Now, this is just in terms of aviation. If you go down to aviation supporting other jobs, the multiplier effect is almost 5 to 6. That actually brings us to close to 1.2 million jobs being supported by aviation on the African continent. And then aviation facilitates tourism. The United Nations World Tourism Organization says a tourist is a person who spends a day or more away from home. Yeah, it doesn't have to be away from your country. As long as you spend a day or more away from home, you're a tourist. So DCA, you've made us tourists, especially those of us that came from Gauteng. We spent a day or more here, we are now tourists. Now, that is very important, DCA, because when we start actually understanding this terminology that we use, we begin to realize that actually we are leaving quite a lot of our people behind and out of the conversation. And like the table said earlier on, yeah. When we have the confidence of making sure that the table is actually making sure that the conversation takes place, it becomes easier for us to make those decisions. Right now, we're not making the correct decisions because the table is not there, and the table does not even have a seat at our own table, and that's where tourism comes in. But colleagues, home is where it's at, because where is home? Home can't be the place where you've paid lobola and you've got children that report to you. Home is where you are. Let's look at it this way. So 2,200 jobs are in aviation in South Africa. 36,200 jobs. Now, these statistics came from the last census that was done by labor statistics. I can assure you there is much more to these numbers now compared to what when they reported them to us. And 350,000 jobs are in tourism. When they say tourism, again, they were only measuring maybe international tourists. Because I can assure you, the guy or the lady who was selling curios across the road is in the tourism sector. But these jobs here that we measured, that are being reported here, don't include those people. So in my presentation earlier on, later on, I'm going to talk about inclusivity. I think that's where we need to actually make more effort. These numbers, to me, are just an indicator of where we are falling short. Now, where it matters most is diversity, empowerment, and inclusivity. So what do we mean by that? Let me share with you, fellow Africans, who of you have ever heard of a guy called Ibn Battuta? You've never heard of him, I know. And again, Google. Ibn Battuta is the greatest traveler the world has ever seen in the Middle Ages, and he's an African. They never tell you this. They'll tell you about Christopher Columbus, they'll tell you about Hannibal, but us Africans were actually doing this before they were doing it. So let's embrace this. What Ibn Battuta says, traveling, it leaves you speechless. Because when you travel, you see all things, you meet all kinds of people. But also, it turns you into a storyteller. If there's anything that I want you to take from the table today, when you get home, you have to tell your story. Nobody will tell the story for you. I must quote another man, and unfortunately it's a man. President Paul Kagame said, as long as the pen that writes the story is held by somebody else, the story they tell about us is not what we want to say. I want you to take that from the table. The story that is going to be told by you. Because that story is the story that you want to take forward and improve things. So diversity, let's talk about diversity. It's an opportunity for all. I vividly recall in 2022, we were in Istanbul and the DCA was on the podium. And she was asked what was supposed to be a very difficult question by a very arrogant CNN presenter called Richard Quest. And he said to her, so what do you think the challenge is? Why do we have to have women only? And she said to him, listen, globally, women are more than 50% of the population. So you are doing yourself a favor by not including more than 50% of your own people. That's the talent that you actually have. So I think that's what we should take. It's an opportunity for everybody. So when we position ourselves as aviation, we are actually positioning ourselves as a community because we are going to start living our values. And again, the table spoke about the values. The values that are not even going to have to be rehashed at a national level. They start at home. Well, once we start communicating at home at that level where we say, in this house, nobody is going to shout at somebody because they are of a different gender. That's where we start. Then we also grow effectiveness of our teams. Like the DCA said in her own presentation, she has more than 50% of her management team who are females. Is it any wonder then that all her audits are clean? Is it any wonder then that they are amongst the top DCAs or CAAs in the whole world? You don't need any better proof than that. It's actually there, it's living proof. DCA, all we need to do is make sure that we say this story over and over again for people to realize that it is not fantasy, this is reality. And then when we talk about compelling business practice is very simple. If a business is actually meant to make money and you don't make money, you are not doing what you're supposed to be doing. Again, the table spoke about her own organization. I'm not going to change your name to Table Mountain. But she spoke about her own organization and how they are being respected on the African continent and globally, where she sits on the board of ACI International. Why does that actually become important to us? It's because when you look at three things. Number one, when there is diversity, you enlarge the talent pool. Simple and straightforward. And number two, you attract youth and women. Fellow Africans, what's the population of the youth on the African continent? And by youth, I mean those that are under the age of 35. Percentage, do you know? 65%. 65% of 1.4 billion people are under the age of 35. Man, I can tell you, there is no other continent that has got such a resource. The Europeans are struggling right now as we speak. Some of them are busy trying to get refugees coming from the Far East to plug the gap. Our own people are being taken across to the European and Americans to fill the gap because their populations are very old. That's why they don't even have a retirement age. And then the last thing is economic participation. When there is economic participation, I can assure you, the economies start grow, families start growing, and the communities become better. There is less gender-based violence because men are only angry when they are hungry and they can't provide for their own families. When there's economic participation, I can assure you we're going to get rid of a lot of these community ills. So here's what we're talking about. We're talking about new talent, new thinking. 52% of the global youth and women pool can also be drawn into the conversation. And 15% productivity increase in terms of growing the economy and having women and youth in employment. The lady who was on the online spoke about 65% in terms of the improvement gap that we need to cover. That gap is huge, colleagues. But what it talks about equity through empowerment. Equity is not something that you do because it's a nice to do. Equity is actually about being able to identify and remove barriers to participation. And those barriers he enumerated, one of them is stereotyping and biases. Biases are so important for us, colleagues, because if we don't address those, you'll keep getting very simple things like the nomenclature, the titles that we use. We use things like a director and a directress, an actor and an actress. We need to change that kind of thinking because those are the barriers to participation for other parts of the economy. We need to ensure equal treatment at work and at home. If we are not treating our own fellow colleagues at home equally or fairly at home, imagine what we are going to do when we are at work, when we have got more power. Legislation only addresses the known, the things that we know. Leaders actually know the reality. And I wish the deputy minister was here because he knows the reality. He knows that what we are talking about are things that can actually be fixed. And us in aviation, I can assure you, we are aware of these things. And we want to make sure that when we talk about the front part of the aircraft, we are no longer going to talk about the cockpit. We're going to talk about the flight deck. And that's not only the place where people should be employed and where equity should be. We should also talk about management. We should talk about leadership. We should talk about the training, the capacity that we give to everybody across the entire aviation sector. That's the only way we can empower and enable the large population segment with no barriers. And we also want to encourage is what means to do what needs to be done. Managers and leaders need to address this because managers know, I can assure you, managers know what they are doing wrongly. And the leaders of these organizations actually know even more that this is what we are doing wrongly. What they need to do is to have the courage to face it and to do things differently. So, I've spoken about diversity, I've spoken about equity. Let me talk about inclusivity. In inclusivity, we have what we call the wife. It's got nothing to do with paying lobola. It means what's in it for everyone. When you talk about inclusivity, employees feel valued. And when employees don't feel valued, I can tell you they're just doing time. They come 8 to 5 and they go. We have seen this in aviation industry. We have seen this across the board in all other sectors. What we need to do is make sure that the employees feel valued, and we must acknowledge the differences that exist. The differences should not only be gender-based, there should also be a lot of other criteria that we say this and this is different, but we acknowledge it and we must deal with it. Culture and business outcomes, because they say that culture actually eats your strategy for breakfast, no matter how good your strategy is. And a lot of companies spend a lot of money developing strategies, and yet they don't want to deal with culture. The culture of not including your tables in your conversations mean that you are actually going to have a big challenge and you won't even achieve your business outcomes. And then the leadership mindsets themselves. We have to have self-awareness of ourselves. We need to be aware, DCA, that we are letting you down, because there's no such thing that is debilitating as you actually making progress and you look around you and you see everybody's going backwards. Unfortunately and unconsciously, you also begin to slow down. We have to make sure that we are all self-aware. And we also have to encourage curiosity. I have to go and say to my table here, how are you making it work? Because the things that she's doing are actually the same things that I'm facing. So I must be curious enough to go and say to her, what is it that you're doing that is making you successful? And I must have the courage to go back to my own organization and be as vulnerable as possible by sharing with everybody what we are doing and what we are not doing. That way, we are then going to be able to go and increase the dimensions in which we are going to make sure that everybody is included. Now, let's talk about the workplace. The workplace in the aviation industry is brutal. My colleague, the table actually spoke about having inherited an Air Force infused environment. We also inherited a lot of colleagues that came from the Air Force. That's why even up today, you hear on announcements on board, your commander today is Captain so-and-so. Those are typical remnants of where they came from. They're coming from the Air Force. Why don't we get rid of such nomenclature and start talking about the captain today? The dimensions that we're talking about here is about fair treatment. So when we talk about fair treatment, we are talking about integrating the differences, accepting that we are different. We can't be the same. The same way that the table was talking about how when we go back today, not tomorrow, today, when we go back, the one thing that we must take with us is just the ability to go and say, today I am the one who is bringing the dish for you to wash and eat, the meal that I've cooked for you. That's where fair treatment starts. It can't start with being legislated in parliament. It doesn't work like that. Then we also have to talk about decision making. Decision making comes from actually being able to understand that not everybody can make the same decision in a better way. Others make it better, others don't. So when somebody comes with a better decision, accept it. That's just the way it is. And end of the day, when it comes to belonging, we cannot accept a situation where others have a sense of belonging and others are actually imposters. You are imposters because you are not given the same opportunity that everybody else is given. A sore point is about Bafana Bafana and Banyana Banyana. They are not the only ones, I can tell you. The American women's football team nearly went on strike at the last Women's Soccer World Cup because of just that simple issue of not being paid equal salaries. But somebody wants also to take it a notch higher and say, why can't Banyana Banyana be paid more than Bafana Bafana? After all, they are more successful. So I think that's where we need to start. We just need to be able to say, when somebody is doing better, they must get paid better. In this workplace, we need to actually evolve the way we do things and embed the structures that actually enhance what we are doing. So as an aviation industry, especially for us as airlines, we are still far behind. Colleagues, I don't want to lie to you. We are still far behind to the extent that we are still talking about an environment where technicians that go into a workshop find it difficult to find a toilet because all the toilets are just designed for males. Today, as we speak, I'm not talking about last year. As we speak, there are environments where females have to walk 300-400 meters to go and find a female toilet. That cannot be accepted. We have to change that. So diversity, empowerment, and inclusion cannot be left to legislation. It must be about us, hand on our hearts and saying we want to do this and we must do it effectively. So the commitment that we are making as airlines is three or fourfold. It has to be purposeful, and we want to increase females at all levels by 25%. Where did we get this 25%? It's not a thumb suck. DCA, you are aware that IATA, International Air Transport Association, has actually come up with this commitment where we're saying female participation at all levels, the barest minimum by 2025 should be equitable to 25%. So that's a commitment we've made. If you ask me about our scorecard right now, it is dismal. I'll show you in the next slide. It is dismal. We are nowhere near this 25%. And the second thing that we have committed to is to developing youth to fill 10% of junior management. It's a commitment that we've made. Youth must comprise 10% of all junior management. Again, our scorecard is very, very bad when we compare to this commitment. By the way, remember, we are saying this is 2025, but it just does happen overnight in 2024, and then we become compliant. It means there's work that needed to be done, and that work was not being done. And then we are also self-regulating and reporting initiatives in place as a priority. That's where our biggest challenge is. That's where data is not forthcoming. Because when we realize that we're not doing what we're supposed to be doing, we sort of just hide the data so that nobody knows that we're falling behind. Having realized that we've got these commitments and we're not doing well, what is the way forward? We are saying we need to include airlines in the formulation of policies and regulations. When the policies are being formulated at national level, we must be involved. As well as part of the regulations, we must also be involved so that we know what is coming our way. We must also be progressive and dynamic in terms of diversity, equity, and inclusivity initiatives. We have to make sure everybody is aware what we're talking about when we talk about DEI. And we also have to recognize proactive leaders of industry, like our DCA, like my table here. We have to acknowledge them. I honestly wonder, when I look at the media, when I look at social media, I always wonder, but where are our female colleagues that are supposed to be writing about the female achievers? Look at even today's newspapers. Today, just look at the headlines and you'll see reports about males doing certain things. Very few, if any, reports about females achieving exceptional results. We have to make sure that we are progressive. We must make sure that we are proactive in recognizing what these females are doing. And we must also encourage collaboration. Aviation and tourism cannot be separated. These institutions must start developing curricula that actually encourage youngsters to go into aviation and to go into tourism. Otherwise, we will lose them to Facebook, Google, and Twitter. We must invest in initiatives for infrastructure development and maintenance. Infrastructure development and maintenance is one thing just to have the infrastructure constructed without maintenance. And the maintenance part becomes even more important because that's where training and development happens. So, how do we get there? Let me leave you with a female who also said, instead of letting your hardships and your failures discourage you, because there are hardships and there are failures, they must not discourage you or exhaust you. Let them inspire you. Let them make you even hungrier to succeed, because you are going to succeed when you focus on it. Thank you. So this is my test, right? Okay. So this one is going forward. This one.
Yeah.
Yeah, going forward. This this one, I'm going backwards.
Okay.
If you need help, call me.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I acknowledge the Deputy Minister in his absence, the DCA, the CEOs of the aviation entities, esteemed guests, all protocols observed. I hope I can just cover everyone in that way. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to be standing here today representing my CEO as a recipient of women development. In today's presentation, I wanted to give the presentation in two ways. One, as what as ATNS has done, but also as a recipient of women development, myself standing here. So that is just what I'll be presenting on. And I'm looking at the time, Madam MC, and I see we don't have enough time. I'll try and be very brief. So the speaker from ICAO gave us the stats in terms of the movements that we have made. And I think she mentioned the 4.5% movement between 2016 to 4.9 in 2021. And in preparing for my presentation, I wanted to start it from, I think, when we became aware of aviation. So the dates are as follows, just to create context. 1903 was the first flight, first ATC in 1929, first woman ATC in 1942, and then in 2024, when we look at the numbers, we have 16,000 air traffic controllers, 16,488, out of a total number of personnel queried 965,341. This is in 2024, about 80 odd years after the fact that aviation started, and I think it doesn't give a good indication. As the lady from ICAO mentioned that the percentage increase is small, in fact, the data also is not representative because it only looks at licensed personnel, which only are 10% of the overall aviation population. But I think it also speaks a lot because it then gives us context in terms of the environment that we work in, especially the ones with the who are working with the licensed personnel as ATNS is. And it says there's still a lot that needs to be done. All is not lost. There's still work that needs to be done, but I think we are capable. We are led by capable women in aviation. Madam Table sitting behind me. My CEO seated over there and the DCA, I think have shown great leadership in terms of the development of women in this industry. So I think we are blessed with great women who are going to take us places. As much as we are not where we are supposed to be as yet, but I think we'll get there. On this slide, I just wanted to highlight the glaring Africa region. You look at the first bar is air traffic controllers, the second one is airline transport pilots, third one is licensed aircraft maintenance engineers, and the next region is Asia Pacific, but I want us to focus on Africa. Look at the number of the female versus the male. It's almost non-existent. When I looked at these numbers yesterday, I actually thought about animals that are classified as being endangered species. And I actually looked at the definition of what is the criteria that those species need to meet to be classified as endangered. One of them says if there's a greater than or 50 to 70% decrease in the last 10 years, which is one, it's either or, it's not, you don't have to meet all of them. The one says if the population is less than 2,500 or the adult population is less than 2,500. And then the other one says if the restricted population is less than 250. I look at those numbers and I'm almost scared to say it seems like aviation professionals in Africa are an endangered species. And that's a concerning fact. But I think, yeah, we have work on our hands, the stuff that we need to do to improve the numbers that we are seeing. So in terms of the ATNS transformation journey, we've looked at data dating back from 1999 to 2003, and I see one of the pioneers of women development in ATNS, Mrs. Boni, seated over there. If you look at the numbers, so you'll excuse me, I'm Emma Glazana, and I wanted to look cute today, so I didn't put my glasses on. So if I mess up the numbers, please forgive me. Look at 1999, the orange color represents the black females, and I'm going to focus on the black females for now. The number was 5% in 1999. In 2003, it was projected to be 18%. Now, it's not a good move, but I think it's a start. This industry has always been, it's been historically male dominated and I think white male dominated. So for a young woman like myself, for example, coming into the industry, it was not an easy feat. But we've had people that have supported us, people that have seen us. It's very important to be seen and recognized. It brings a lot of confidence in terms of what you do and how you do it. So that helps in trying to move the numbers along. We mentioned, I think it was mentioned earlier that the regulatory framework is important in helping our industries move in the right direction, but obviously it doesn't end there. There's a lot more that needs to happen. And our organizations, I think, need to be intentional in terms of the work that is done to transform the industry. So this slide shows the student intake profile. You compare 1999 versus the two colors, the orange and the green, representing the two, well, the black and the white incumbents. You see how it looked over the years. And then in 2002, and not to give away my age, but this is when I started in ATNS, you can see the increase in terms of the intake. That's where things started turning around. So currently, a lot of movement has happened in ATNS over the years. The importance and I think what is the word? The value that diversity brings to an organization was recognized. There's a saying, I think it was mentioned earlier, that women are multipliers. You give them something and they multiply it into so many things. And I think this shows in our stats as an organization. So you look at the board members' gender transformation in 2002, the female representation was sitting at 29%. In 2024, it's sitting at 50%. There's equal number of male and female board members in ATNS. Similarly, on the EXCO level, 2002, there was only 10% female representation. In 2024, the number is sitting at 58%. And obviously, there's great work that has been done with our current CEO being key in how the numbers are looking. And I also want to mention that our CEO is the chairperson of the Kenzo Africa CEOs Committee, which is, so Kenzo is a global ANSP organization that looks after the interest of organizations like ATNS. And with that chairperson role that our CEO has been appointed to, it also gives her access to the global exco for Kenzo. So that's a great achievement, I think, for ATNS, but also for the country, because she then sits at the table that makes the decisions for ANSPs globally. In terms of the overall data for ATNS employment equity statistics, and again, it's 1999 moving to 2024. If you look at the female representation, in fact, the AIC representation and the female representation was sitting at 25%, the female was sitting at 21%. In March 2024, the AIC numbers are 85%, and the female representation is sitting at 48%. And I want to take it even further in terms of the air traffic controllers, which are the core of our business. The March 2024 stats are now sitting at 51% if you look at the previous slide that I've just mentioned. And this is great strides that have been made in ensuring that women contribute in terms of this industry that we are in. We are fortunate, I think, in ATNS, the other speakers have mentioned the pay parity issues that exist in other organizations. In our organization, there's a pay matrix that air traffic controllers are paid according to, which depends on the level of ATC or the level of qualification that you have. So in terms of that, I think we're sitting in a good place, because whether you are an ATCO 1 as a male or as a female, the pay is exactly the same and there's no differences there, which is also an achievement. Where we are lacking is on the technical services side. So we have technicians who are then responsible for maintaining our infrastructure. And if you look at our numbers, that's an area that we need to work on, because on the female side, we are sitting at 33%, but I think it's also movement has been made since we've had women in the organization on that area. And obviously there's more that still needs to happen in that area to ensure that the numbers also match to what you have seen previously. So what do we need to do as organizations to make these things, or at least to make environments conducive to women joining these organizations? There's an example of NETS, for example, who came up with a menopause policy. And I think that to someone who doesn't understand may be insignificant, but to a woman who's over the age of 40 and is going through certain changes and needs to go through certain treatments and is experiencing certain things, this can mean a lot between someone being comfortable going to work and knowing that the employer actually cares about what they are going through, and it's not just a thing that they have to deal with it on the side and make sure that, yeah, things work. Similarly enough, Canada has also come up with a lot of programs to try and elevate for the women in aviation. They have a number of activities that they embark on. So I think in terms of what we need to do as organizations to make the movements a little bit more significant than what we have seen in the overall global stats, we need to be focused, and we need to be consistent, we need to be intentional in the activities that we embark on to ensure that we support women development. We need to create an environment that is supportive of women development in our organizations, as seen by the examples given by NEF Canada and NETS. We also need to ensure, or at least provide opportunities for exposure, because that does a lot to improve, or to at least enhance the confidence of a young up-and-coming professional in aviation. We've run out of time, so I'll try and close now. So in my experience as an ATC coming up in the organization, there was one example which was very interesting. I worked at Rand Airport, and at that moment I was appointed the officer in charge of the air traffic service unit. A call comes through, one of the assistants answers the call, and then it's someone who wants to speak to the person in charge. So the phone is handed over to me. The gentleman on the other side of the phone says, "Can I please speak to the chief ATC?" So I say, "We don't have a chief ATC here, so how can I assist?" He says, "Can I speak to the most senior person there at any given time?" I said, "Well, that would be me." "Can I speak to the senior ATC?" I said, "Well, I'm the only person you can speak to here that is senior, so please tell me how I can assist you." So he then eventually tells me what his problem is, he needs help with something. Eventually we set up an appointment. He comes for a visit to the unit, and we go through the problem that he has. And now you can imagine the pressure that I'm under, because from the phone call, you can tell that I was being undermined based on, I think, the accent, because he had not seen what I look like, but from the way I speak, I guess he could tell. Then we have the meeting. I give the information that he has. I tell him the procedures and whatever was followed. I think he was querying a pilot error that had happened previously. So then at the end of that engagement, now I'm feeling a little bit confident. I'm thinking, I hope I've shown him what I'm capable of so that he doesn't undermine me in the future. And then the gentleman says to me, "So which country are you from?" And I thought, wow. But anyway, thank you very much for the opportunity, and have a great rest of the afternoon.
This one. All right, okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sarah Bruce. I'm the project manager from BASA. Mr. George Mutema, the BASA CEO, sends his apologies. He is currently in Cape Town at another speaking engagement. Thank you to SACA for the invitation and the opportunity to speak at this National Aviation Gender Summit 2024, which is a pivotal event that brings together industry leaders, professionals, and stakeholders to address gender equality within the aviation sector. The theme, Lift as We Rise, the journey towards 2030, highlights the collective responsibility to uplift and support women as the industry progresses towards a more inclusive future. This theme underscores the importance of mentorship, collaboration, and proactive measures to ensure that as the aviation sector advances, it brings women along, empowering them to take on greater roles
and responsibilities. The summit is a crucial platform for reaffirming commitments, sharing progress, and setting actionable goals to achieve gender parity by 2030. Before diving into the specifics of gender representation, the barriers women face in aviation, and potential solutions to those barriers, let's start with a quick overview of the current status of the aviation industry. The aviation sector in South Africa is on a clear path to recovery and growth in 2024. This resurgence is largely contributed to the increasing demand for passenger travel and the expansion of routes. Seat availability has notably increased, with a 12.6% rise from 2019 levels, showcasing the addition of new routes and frequency. This growth trajectory is projected to continue, with traffic across the African continent expected to reach 345 million passengers by 2043. African operators are sustaining their growth and successfully retaining market share in the competitive aviation industry. However, while revenue has returned to 2019 levels, achieving profitability continues to present challenges for African airlines. Several airlines remain in high-risk zones despite the overall market's health, with operational expenses increasing from pre-COVID levels to 70 to 80% to approximately 90%. This is driven mainly by heightened costs in servicing debt and the price of jet fuel, which is mostly imported into South Africa. Now to the importance of gender equality in the aviation industry. Gender equality is seen as a critical driver of growth within the aviation industry. By actively promoting the inclusion of women, the industry recognizes that a diverse workforce brings in a range of perspectives, ideas, and innovations. SACA's alignment with the ICAO Gender Equality Program and its hosting of the Gender Aviation Summit underscores its commitment to global standards in gender equality. By advancing women's careers within the aviation sector, we are not only contributing directly to the achievement of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 5, gender equality, but also to the broader social and economic developmental goals. While I was doing research for this presentation, I came across the International Society of Women Airline Pilots, which had some interesting stats. This graph shows how countries are measuring up on a gender equality on the flight deck. India stands out with the highest percentage, with South Africa making notable progress, with nearly 10% of a flight deck being females. Here, India leads significantly, with 12.4% of its pilots being female. This is an encouraging trend in what is a traditionally male-dominated profession. Following closely is Ireland with a 9.9%, showcasing employment practices in their aviation sector. South Africa also shows commendable figures of 9.8%, reflecting ongoing efforts to balance gender representation in the aviation industry. This shows that we still have a long way to go. So what are the barriers for female aviators? Aviation is seen as a male-dominated field. There is pressure on women to pursue traditional careers in education, the legal field, and the medical field. And the lack of female role models in aviation limits inspiration for aspiring young women. Limited access to mentorship. There are fewer female mentors available in the industry, and networking sessions in aviation are often male-centric, further limiting opportunities for aspiring pilots. There is also a lack of aviation-related career counseling in schools and less emphasis on STEM education for girls. Aviation is also not promoted as a viable career option for young women. Industry bias and discrimination. Aviation is often, as mentioned, seen as a male-dominated field, leading to potential bias against women. Women often face microaggression and exclusion, unequal opportunities, and leadership gaps. How do we address these barriers? We need to encourage and support young women through positive reinforcement and challenge the societal norms that limit career choices for women. We need to change the narrative. We need to advocate for policies within aviation companies that support work-life balance, career advancement for women, and support initiatives that encourage women to take on leadership roles in the industry. We need to develop mentorship programs to connect women with industry mentors and create inclusive networking opportunities to help women build professional connections in aviation. We need to advocate for a strong STEM program, science, technology, engineering, mathematics program in schools by urging the Department of Education to prioritize its inclusion in the core curriculum, which will empower girls with the skills and confidence needed for careers in aviation. We also need to empower career counselors to introduce aviation as a career option and ensure that aviation is presented as a viable and exciting career path during school career counseling sessions. Implementation of a diversity and inclusion training program to reduce unconscious bias is required. Policies need to be created that ensure fair hiring, promotion, and retention practices. Let us also recognize the role of the community and peers that influence career choices. Let's encourage these groups to actively support women in pursuing careers in aviation by launching awareness campaigns and host seminars or talks inviting female aviators and industry leaders to speak. Lastly, we need to build a sustainable pipeline for female talent in aviation through scholarships and sponsorships. Collaboration with aviation schools, airlines, and industry partners is required to develop targeted scholarship programs specifically designed for women interested in aviation careers such as pilots, engineers, and air traffic controllers, all of which are in short supply globally and in particularly South Africa. The SACO Scholarship is an example of one. BASA strongly believes in action. Actions speak louder than words. BASA continues to support Girls Flying Africa, which is doing a wonderful job in promoting female pilots within South Africa. We are also actively promoting the pipeline in our own way. I leave you with a saying by Amelia Earhart. The most effective way to do it is to do it. Thank you.
Run now, Lord, gotta run on. Keep on running till the sun goes down. Run now, Lord, better run on.
Panelists, much appreciated for your insights and for your time. I'm going to release you kindly. Thank you for your duty and your service. Thank you very much for those sobering stats that you've given, but perhaps even getting practical in terms of how we do implement. Please do give our panelists another round of applause as they come down from the podium. All right, delegates, I do take into mind because I'm also aware of how our mind, bodies, and spirits operate. And most of the time, when you've consumed a lot of content, you still need time to process the content to allow it to to get to the next phase where you start asking questions and then we start becoming more interactive. So, with your permission, we've also got lots in store for you as well a little bit later on, even after lunch, where we're going to start having what I would call the table talk. So we're going to get really authentic, really down to the granular in terms of some of the issues that you're dealing with and how exactly do we practically now start implementing from what was being presented today from our various speakers. So, but because we know that the body also needs to be nourished and the mind, it might be a little bit tired, let's give you a break so that you can absorb and you can walk away and just start thinking about some of the content that was presented by our speakers. And we're going to take a lunch break. So let's come back at 13:45. 13:45, which will give us enough time to have lunch. Please, let's come back to the auditorium at 13:45. We're going to then have, and I'm chairing that panel as well, where we're going to really start getting into the real issues and bringing them up together. And how do we start solving for, especially when it comes to gender diversity, the pay gap? How do we make sure that there's equal representation in the various sectors as well? So for now, though, delegates, please take your comfort break, take lunch. We're going to come back at 13:45, begin immediately because we've got another interactive panel discussion. And then I want a complete audience engagement that you can be expecting for about an hour and a half. So we've got lots of talking to do. There's still lots in store, but we need to start talking. But let's give the brain a bit of a time out because of what you've consumed. So everybody's okay with that? Do I have your permission? Let's give the brain a timeout, have some comfort, have something to eat. Then we'll come back, meet at 13:45, and then we'll start talking again. Thank you.
Run away, run away, run away, you're never too far to run. Run away, run away, run away to your escape. Run away, run away, run away. Run away, run away, run away. It gets so loud that I can barely hear. But your words speak much louder than all my fears. Sometimes I just wanna disappear. Running until I can feel you near. I need a new purpose. I'm looking for so much more. Don't leave me here searching. You're just what I'm longing for. When times are getting crazy and everything seems hazy, is there some place for safety I could go? Run away to your escape. Run away, you're never too far to run. Run away to your escape. Run away, run away, run away. 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 Stay till the morning. Tell me you want it. You know I'll go on and on. Cause you're too important. I'm honest, too honest. Know if you touch me, I'm on it. Just say the word and I'll give you up. I can't, don't act like this ain't a good time. I'll be in a lifetime. It's been like this for a while. I gave you all my life. Stay till the sunrise when it's only us. Oh, let's be for real. Now you're scared to fall in love, but I want you still. I could put in all the work can't deny, won't even try if it ain't you, babe. Done with goodbyes, look in my eyes, tell me you feel the same, don't act like this ain't a good time. We in a lifetime. It's been like this for a while. I gave you all my life. Stay till the sunrise when it's only us. Oh, let's be for real. No, you're scared to fall in love, but I want you still. I could put in all the work, but I'll keep you from hurting. Baby, I'll always be here, even in 100 years. I want you still. Cause I want you still.
As we keep the conversation going, we are joined by a young female pilot who is in the aviation industry. And as we had heard the different presentations, I would like to ask Lisa today, who is a female in the aviation industry, what are the different types of challenges she faces as a young student? Lisa, how are you today?
Good, in yourself?
I'm very well, thank you. So, like I've mentioned, as a young pilot in the aviation industry and female to be specific, what do you think are the different challenges that you face as a female pilot as well as a student?
One of the common problems or challenges that we face is finances. And secondly, I think me personally, the challenge was the part that was challenging for me is to step out of my comfort zone, engage with people, talk with people, find new ways and strategies to learn. That was quite it was quite oh my god, I'm so scared. Challenging for me because personally I prefer studying alone. Yeah.
Okay. And there are different challenges that we all face. So, I would say also, what do you think you enjoy about being in the aviation industry as a female as well?
Being prioritized, such as this event today, it's all about us. So we're given much more priority as females, and we are seen and we are heard, our voices are heard. And it's a great opportunity to engage with people in such events.
Thank you so much, Lisa. And I really hope the rest of this event is meeting your expectations. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you.
Watching you go. You're
How are
amazing.
you? Thank you so much.
Nice to meet you.
Lovely to meet you. Thank you so much for joining us today. We're just continuing this conversation online so that whoever isn't here, they're able to, just joining and just chip in. So my first question to you would be, what are you expecting from this event today?
What I'm expecting from this event, Lerato, as always, is real talk. And also what we're going to do about things. There's all, lots of content, but what are we going to do about it? What are the actions? And I feel like from the real talk we've already seen today, I think there's a lot of actions that are going to take place as well.
That's very important as well, because there's no point in us having talk, but we are not moving towards what we are saying, you know? And what would you say are the different barriers that we actually find as women in aviation?
Look, there are the obvious ones, which have been called out today, which we all need to address. I think controversially, though, sometimes it's ourselves.
Oh, that's a tough one, because we need to face the reality at the same time. That's a very tough one.
Yeah, you know, I think sometimes we need to show up. We need to speak our truth, and we need to be where we belong. So unapologetically.
100%, I agree with that. And I really hope you enjoy the rest of the event.
I will, Lerato. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And we'll keep the conversation going.
What's something that's been highlighted? Say yes. I'd rather say what do you expect of today's event? Using your third. Take a video. See, I'm going to ask you. I don't have to say it because I had now. What stood out to you? Don't tell me. Don't tell me. No, don't tell me. Don't tell the camera. Don't tell me. Yes, and at the end of the day, it is about you. Oh, then she must.
She'll be a little bit more like this.
I must be. Yeah, you must be.
Am I fine?
Join her. As we keep the conversation going, as you know, at the Gender Summit today in Durban at the Premier Splendid Hotel, I have Leah with me. And thank you so much for joining us. And tell me, out of the conversations that have been had today, what has stood out to you?
Well, for me, what stood out, working together and leadership on how they should treat each and everyone equally. After all, it is a gender summit for women. So we feel we do as much as men do. So we should be treated equally. And as our table said, we are the table. So we should be treated as tables.
And with that being said, do you think there is a positive movement towards being towards the females being treated fairly and gender equality moving forward in the future in aviation?
Yes, the numbers are not lying. So we are there. We are showing up. So they are doing their best. They should just keep doing best and give women chances as well. And I love what he said at the end where he says we need to give the youth opportunity in a management departments and all that. So I love that.
Absolutely.
We need to be given a chance.
Absolutely. At the end of the day, the future. We are the future.
The future.
Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the event. Thank you.
Bye.
Yeah. Quick. Oh. How are you? Good. So quickly, I'll ask you whatever's comfortable with you. Okay. Depends on out of the conversations that have been had, what stood out? What's so far?
I think it's the conversations. I think yeah, conversations because like actually. Yes.
Sticking to the
When I was young, my daddy said, gotta keep one eye open in your bed. Cause there's a time coming when the devil gonna come for you. So my trigger finger, stay prepared. I've got my weapon and I got my prayers. Cause if you don't run this town, they'll walk all over you. Run out loud, gotta run on.
You must tell us from the
Run until the sun goes down. Run out loud, gotta run on.
as we keep the conversation going, I'm joined by Sane. Thank you so much, and I hope the event is meeting your expectations. And from the conversations that were had before we broke now, what do you think has stood out to you the most?
Okay. Hello. I think what stood out for me today is like the conversation that were like yeah on the podium day. I think they were like very informative. When it comes to like like I was informed about like the challenges that women face in the field. Like that's when I realized that women always face problems regardless of the field. Because like even because I'm on a IT sector, but like we still face some problems. So when I see here they're still facing problems, I think that it's kind of like a huge problem that we have. Yeah.
Absolutely, and challenges are faced in all sectors, not just the aviation sector. What do you think are the main factors that would assist us to get over those challenges, and maybe not over them completely, but what helps us drive us to get through those challenges and ensuring that we do achieve the things that we need to?
So I think what might help is, you see, like from like back home, you see the way you are treated as a girl and your brother is not really the same. So I think they sometimes it's the mentality that we grew up with that I think that is like impacts the whole situation. Yeah.
That's absolutely true. So literally raising a future CEO who's a female from when they're a young age instead of grooming them only when they're older. Thank you so much for the insight, and I hope you enjoy the event.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. How are you? I'm Larato. What is comfortable with you? The question that I'll ask you, I'm going to ask you with the conversations that have been had, what stood out to you the most? Oh, you need to face them. Don't look at me. As we keep the conversation going, I'm joined by Mpumi now as well, who will just take us through when I just want to ask you, with the conversations that have been had, what do you think stood out the most to you?
Hi. You know what? I think for me, what stood out the most for me is actually the developments that have been made within the various organizations in terms of actually just the female representation. What has also actually stood out is actually the amount of innovative solutions actually that are coming forward actually for women. It's actually just so heartwarming and refreshing to see that there are organizations that are actually currently implementing really pacemaking and way forward initiatives such as the menstrual, was it a menstrual? But the menstrual initiative and so forth. So I'm really proud of the organizations, and I think a message from me to them is that they really need to not give up, and they need to actually just keep on doing what they're doing best. We can see the development, and we're very proud of them.
Thank you so much. I mean, I couldn't even ask you anything to better than that, or even comments. You have literally summarized it very well, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the event. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Fabio, you happy? Shame I can let people eat. Yeah, I think yeah, we have purpose.
I'm looking for so much more. Don't leave me here searching. You're just what I'm longing for. Sometimes I get it crazy, and everything seems hazy. Is there some place for safe I can go? Run away, run away, run away to your escape. Run away, run away, run away, never too far. Run away, run away, run away to your escape. Run away, run away, run away. Run away, run away, run away. Stay till the morning. Tell me you want it. You know I'll go running. Cause it's important. I'm honest, too honest. No, if you touch me, I'm gone. Just say the word and I'll give you it. Again, don't cry. This ain't a good time. Be in love time. It's been like this for a while. I gave you my mind. Stay till the sunrise. When it's only us. Oh, that's me for real. I'm scared of falling out. I want you still. Like a bird in the way. I'll keep you from hurting. Baby, I'll always be here. Even in 100 years, I want you still. Cause I want you still. I can't deny, won't even try. If it ain't you, babe. Don't look at eyes, look in my eyes. Tell me you feel the same when I cry. This ain't a good time. Be in love time. It's been like this for a while. I give you all my life. Stay till the sunrise. And it's only us. Oh, that's me for real. I'm scared of falling down. I want you still. I'll keep you from hurting. Baby, I'll always be here. Even in 100 years, I want you still. My daddy said, gotta keep one eye open in your bed. 'Cause there's a time coming when the devil gonna come for you. So my trigger finger, stay prepared. I got my weapon and I got my plans. 'Cause if you don't run this town, they'll walk all over. Run now, dog, gotta run on. Keep on running till the sun goes down. Run now, dog, gotta run on. Run on, till you can't be found. Run now, dog, gotta run on. Keep on running till the sun goes down. You can outrun the devil, but you ain't gonna outrun me. You ain't gonna outrun me. When I was young, my mama said, gotta make your green, you'll be seeing red. 'Cause if you ain't got none, well, nobody gon' come for you. She would tell me tales that would leave me scared, so I made sure to get it through my head. I'm either gonna run this town or walk out over you. Run now, Lord, gotta run on. Keep on running till the sun goes down. Run now, Lord, gotta run on. Run all day till you can't be found. Run now, Lord, gotta run on. Keep on running till the sun goes down. You can outrun the devil, but you ain't gonna outrun me. You ain't gonna outrun me. Oh, little run. Oh, yeah, I say you better run. Oh, you better run. Oh, yeah, I say you better run. Now, I gotta run on. Keep on running till the sun goes down. Run now, I better run on. Run all day till you can't be found. Run now, I gotta run on. Keep on running till the sun goes down. You can outrun the devil, but you ain't gonna outrun me. I've been contemplating all my time. My thoughts make me tired just running through my mind. Wonder if there's peace that I can find. Instead of always being on the ground. I need a new purpose. I'm looking for so much more. Don't leave me here searching. You're just what I'm longing for. Times are getting crazy. Everything seems hazy. There's some place for safety, I know. Run away, run away, run away to your escape. Run away, run away, run away, you're never too far. Run away, run away, run away to your escape. Run away, run away, run away. Run away, run away, run away. It's so loud that I can barely hear. So please speak much louder than all my fears. Sometimes I just wanna disappear. Running until I can feel near. I need a new purpose. I'm looking for so much more. Don't leave me here searching. You're just what I'm longing for. Times are getting crazy. and everything seems hazy. Is there some place for safety? I go.
All right, ladies and gents, can we start kindly now settling in? Time on my watch is 13:51. I want us to be able to have a start at least, if I just give, because just judging by what's happening at the back there, some of you are still dishing up for dessert. So maybe just giving you about a few more minutes, let's say, and about 9 minutes or so, and then we can have a hard 2 o'clock start. So please start, gathering yourselves, getting some dessert. Speakers, our next speakers, please just make sure that you are all mic'd up and you're good so that we can have that 2 p.m. hard start. I do see dessert, and as some of you are still dishing up for dessert, I don't want to interrupt the sweetness of that process. But please start beginning to make your way into the auditorium. Those that are outside as well, start making your way into the auditorium so that we can start. Speakers, start collecting yourself and readying yourself up so that we can indeed start with our conversation at 2 p.m. Thanks.
Stay till the morning. Tell me you want it. You know I go on and on. Cause you're too important. I'm honest, too honest. No, if you touch me, I'm gone. Just say the word and I'll give you up. I can't don't back, back. This ain't a good time. Be in a lifetime. It's been like this for a while. I gave you all my life. Stay till the sunrise when it's only us. Oh, that's me for real. No, you're scared to fall in love. I want you still. I could put in all the work. I'll keep you from hurting. Baby, I'll always be here. Even in 100 years, I want you still. Cause I want you still. I can't deny, won't even try if it ain't you, babe. Don't make goodbyes, look in my eyes, tell me you feel the same, don't act like this ain't a good time. Be in a lifetime, it's been like this for a while. I gave you all my life, stay till the sunrise, when it's only I. Oh, that's me for real. No, you're scared to fall in love, but I want you still. I could put in all the work. I'll keep you from hurting. Baby, I'll always be here, even in 100 years. I want you still. Cause I want you still.
Very quickly, ladies, somebody is sitting on their seat without a cell phone. So if you are the owner of an Oppo, please do come collect it from me or from this table over here as well. So please, if you have lost your cell phone, please just double check, triple check. If you've misplaced your cell phone for wherever it is, please, please, please just get it from me. There we go. Okay, you've got it. Okay, all right. All right, let's start making our way into the auditorium, please. Delegates, so that we can begin with our program. We do have a few more items on the agenda, and I would like us just to cover them out and to provide enough timing for them so that indeed we can start the next session and we can become as interactive as possible now that you have had a moment to have lunch. Right, I'm just going to ask us we start beginning to take our seats so that we can start with the next item on the agenda as well. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, how was lunch? All good? All fed? Some Durban curry in your stomach. I did see some fish as well and some lovely desserts. Everybody's feeling great. You need to be more interactive. Are you ready for the next session? Okay, a little bit louder. I need your energy. Are you ready for the next session? Okay, are you ready to get real? Are you ready to get practical? Because that's exactly what the next session is going to provide us with this wonderful opportunity to have a runway table talk with our represented panelists in aviation. And it really is going to be an honest, authentic, real, and comfortable conversation about the realities that exist within the space of aviation, especially within the different sectors of industry. Now, what I'm going to do is, because we've had a lot of content that was consumed from the morning up until this point, I'm going to request that as soon as I start, we're literally going to give 2 minutes to each speaker just to introduce themselves. Then we're going to open up the conversations for insights, and then I'm going to bring you in immediately with some of the questions. So some of the questions you may have had for the previous panelists, but also please do be mindful of the panelists that are going to be participating now, and then also use the opportunity to ask the questions. So I'm going to try to keep it as interactive as possible for this next particular part of the conversation. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, allow me to introduce to you the conversation that we're going to be having next, that is really going to be looking at the sharing of personal stories and tackling pertinent issues within aviation that cover mentorship, looking at rising above the imposter syndrome, looking at creating opportunities for growth. And it was a big conversation when I had a meeting with my panelists yesterday evening. The big conversation is, how do we make sure that women have money? How do we make sure that women have money? It is one thing to talk, it's one thing to workshop, it's one thing to have a summit, but if it doesn't translate into cash in hand, then what are we doing? So that is the conversation that we're really going to be speaking about. And so, ladies, help welcome these wonderful panelists up onto the podium as we call them up. First off is the CEO of PSS Car Rental and Director of Commerce S Aviation, entrepreneur, really astute entrepreneur. Please welcome Miss Bembe Zwane. Please do take a seat anywhere there, Miss Bembe. Also, please welcome somebody who's going to be providing a lot of insight, especially when it comes to experiential knowledge and institutional knowledge when it comes to aviation. Please welcome the Executive Director of Aviation Africa Platform and the founder of Gauteng Schoolwear, Miss Bonnie Dibate, also fondly known as Sis Bonnie. Please welcome her as she comes up. Also, please welcome from Eswatini Air, the First Officer, Miss Caroline Cole. And last but certainly not least, please welcome the founder and director of UAV Aerial Works, Advisor for Women and Drones Africa, Miss Kim James. Very much wanna. Okay, please have a seat. Please have a seat. I love conversation where we get to be on a couch and just chill and chat. If I could have it my way, we'd all have cocktails here as well, so we start our networking event a bit earlier on. But alas, here we are. Ladies, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. We have lots to get through, but I think before we can even start with some of the insights and the reflections of what we've heard throughout the day, maybe let's start off from a high-level perspective in terms of just showing and showcasing your journey in aviation, where you started, where are you now? And obviously, a lot of you have been transitioning to an entrepreneurial stance. Let's start there. Maybe, Siponi, let me start off with you, and then we'll go down the table first.
Okay, thank you very much, Faith. I think I'm going to be answering your question in terms of how I navigated as I go through. I've prepared just two examples. The first one is I'd like to thank CAA, specifically Poppy and the board, for having invited me here. You know, when you are 68 years, like I am, people tend to forget about you. They tend to forget what are the things that you have done for them and all of that. So thank you very much, CAA, for inviting me and rekindling me back into this stage. The second person that I'd like to thank is Sianda, my grandson, Sia.
Hey, Sianda.
Sianda is my number one supporter. I've had serious experiences. Sorry, I'm now getting emotional. Okay. I've had bad experiences in both, not in the aviation industry, even in my previous life. So I took a decision that I was going to write a book, which is Inner Strength. I wrote the book. It's actually almost finished. It's almost done. But somehow there were issues which I wasn't too sure whether I should write them in the book or I shouldn't write them in the book. So it felt like I would be lying if I don't write them. That's why the book is stuck. So I decided, let me, start a page, a TikTok page at Boni Dibate, and talk about my experiences. And obviously I was a bit worried. I mean, TikTok is a page for young people, and I'm 68. So I had to consult with Sianda and her mom and his mom. How do you feel about this? And Sianda said, yeah, no, go. And then the mother is a bit conservative. She said, no, mommy, I'm not too sure about that. So I started with my very first video where I'm talking about bullying at work, because my nasty experiences have been about bullying. You can stop me.
No, I like it. We're gonna go deeper. I really do. But I want you to finish that thought, especially around, the bullying at work, because I'm sure, even given and judging by the response in the room, I can bet you there have been many women who can empathize, relate, and who've experienced something similar.
Okay.
You can go on.
Okay. Yes. So I then made my first video. It was about bullying, and then I showed it to him. I said, Nana, what do you think about this? And then he said, no, it's a bit long, blah blah blah. And then anyway, I ended up posting whatever that I posted. And what I'd like to say about Sianda is that there were comments, obviously, and I went through the comments, and he would say, no, Coco, this one you must respond to. You must respond to this one. And those are the responses that I've made. That's the first thing that I'd like to talk about, which is thanking CAA, and also thanking Sianda for that. And then the next thing, I'd like to talk about my transition. I've started working as a social worker. But I ended up transitioning to being a CEO of Esland Park in Transnet. That's their training unit. I was the CEO there. And the reason for the transition, or maybe the reason why they gave me the position, it was because I was willing to listen. I was willing to train. Because it wasn't easy, being a CEO coming from an HR background. I have a social work degree and a psychology degree, but I was willing to learn, and because at that time I was talking about training as a business. I had to cost each and every activity, cost OD, cost the training that we are each and every activity. And that was for the first time that I was doing that kind of a thing. So that's the first transition which I'd like to make. And the learning for me there is being willing to learn, being open, humbling yourself, because that is what happened. I was willing to listen to all the subordinates whom I had. The last one which I want to talk about for now is a painful one, which is at Esland Park. It happened at Esland Park. There were some things which happened there, but after that, I was promoted to being CEO of SA Express. When I was at SA Express, it was nice. The job was nice. I was learning. Again, I mean, you can see being an HR and then becoming a CEO of an airline. It's a movement which, which is very rare. And the bullying there which took place, which was from a woman. I think I'd like to stop there.
Yeah, because we're gonna go deep into this one. And Kim, maybe also just at a high level in terms of your journey. I mean, you literally are in a space where you are having to set the course and the path in territory that is actually significantly possessed by men. Maybe let's start with that, with your journey within your space.
Thanks, Faith, and thanks, CAA, for having me and having invited me. It's a pleasure to be here. Well, I had a 25-year career in banking, although I'm not a banker. I also worked in the people business, and my roles there were about building systems, processes, and people. When I decided that corporate was a course that I had run, although I navigated it extremely well. I had the privilege of working overseas in various countries for 18 years. I came back home and had the opportunity to start a business, which is what I'm still in now. And 8 years later, I can say that overnight 8-year success in the drone industry, which is brand new to all intents and purposes. But the thing that I realized is what I'm still doing now is people, processes, and technology. And so when we talk about people, our businesses are people. If we don't look after them, if we don't train them, if we don't recognize them, but I've worked backwards, if we don't identify the right people. So the drone operations is where I need to follow the money. But what fills my soul is my work in the youth space and my platform that I run with a colleague of mine in the industry called Women in Drones Africa. So that's where I fill my soul. And some days I get carried away there and then I need to go follow the money again. But I'm sure we'll talk a little bit more about that.
We definitely are, and much appreciated. Ms. Bembe, maybe let's also give in a little bit of insight with that, and also around the journey of entrepreneurship, which we'll delve deeper into, but maybe just a high-level perspective.
Thank you very much, Faith, and thanks again to CAA for inviting me here. You know, the transition to me was a bit challenging in a way, because I was working in the aviation sector, but mainly in the ground operations, you know, a company called Equity Aviation then. So we were told, you know, that at the end of the month, we are out of the airport. You need to pack and go. The new players are coming in. You know, when you are told that at the end of the month, you haven't applied for any job, you don't know where to go, and there's this thing that we are out. So quickly I had to make a decision, you know, to say, where do I start? Where am I gonna start applying? And during that era, the company that I worked for had businesses all over Africa, which I was responsible for 1 or 2 of them, and also small subsidiaries in South Africa. So the strategy was to start selling the South African subsidiaries, and then after inviting the directors or the shareholders from outside of South Africa to take their portion or to take 100% of the business. So within the South African subsidiaries, there was a company called PSS, Passenger Support Services. It was one of the smallest. And I went straight to the directors that came, or the shareholders that came from the UK, to say to them, I have no job, I must leave at the end of the month. Can I buy this company? And they looked at me and they said, what? I said, yes, I want to buy it, because what else am I going to do after this? And they said, but you understand the consequences. We are out of the airport. This company won't have a license, this, that, and the other. And I said, no, but there are other private airports. I'll see what I can do with this company. So that's when then I moved from Equity Aviation as an executive director there to own PSS. Started from scratch with all the little business that was still left before the contract came to a total end. And thereafter, I had to come up with ideas now and other business units within the company, having to collaborate with other stakeholders in the aviation industry, you know, the training guys from France, other people that were doing what I was not doing then. And we grew the business to where it is today. Sure. Yeah, thank you.
And Caroline, in particular, I mean, we're going to go deeper into your story, but I particularly love your story as well, because it says something about the permission, the ability, the will, the zeal, and the right to pivot. Let's talk a little bit about this, because I mean, you acquired your pilot license at 47. Talk to us a little bit about, I mean, that is, I mean, talk about somebody who just solidifies themselves in that space. Maybe you can give us a brief background, and then obviously we'll tackle and with some other issues deeper a little bit later.
Sure. So obviously it's a very non-linear career path that I've followed. I actually started flying at the age of 37, and I just became an airline pilot this year at 47. So thank you. I really just wanted to see if it was possible, because, you know, we talk about women, but I think ageism is something that isn't tackled a lot either. So to give everyone a bit of a background, okay, I actually, in my high school years, obviously I was apartheid educated, where we were taught home economics, how to bake scones, how to sew aprons. I don't know if anybody else had that, but I still can't bake scones, and sewing is not my thing. And I disagreed with the school principal a lot on a lot of issues. And she called me into the office the one day, and she said to me, "Where do you think you're going to go, Miss Cole?" So I said to her, "Well, actually, I'm going to go and study politics because I want my opinion heard." So I actually did a degree in political science and international relations with African politics too. And then I took another right turn, and I decided to become a professional athlete in the sport of triathlon. And here I would like to mention that there's actually somebody in the audience here who was a big role model for me. She was about 5 years older than me. Kim Carter, if you're here, please stand up. So, so we may have been fierce competitors on the sports field, but Kim obviously retired from sports before I did, and she became a helicopter pilot. So I think Kim was a good inspiration for me. Yeah, so then obviously I followed 20 years of a sports career. And for a lot of professional sports people, the end of your sports career is a very, very traumatic time. A lot of sports people don't recover from it. They don't know who they are because all you know is sport. And I was fortunate in meeting my partner, who was a private pilot, and he said to me, "Well, why don't you come flying?" And he found something for me to do that met the same challenges I had experienced in sport. So I started flying a little bit with him, and I quickly realized this was actually the thing for me. It was a continuous challenge, which flying is. And once again, I had to keep it fairly quiet because I was afraid of being, and I was being judged. Who starts flying? Oh, it's somebody's girlfriend at 37. You know, she's not going to last long. And it took really a lot of stubbornness and exactly the same thing, getting through the bullying. There is a lot of bullying. And I set myself the goal, could I become an airline pilot? And that's where I am today. And specifically, I want to mention Eswatini Air because they gave me an opportunity. They didn't say I was too old, and I was looking for an opportunity where I could make a difference. There were no female pilots at Eswatini Air, and we are now 2. So
I think in this table we've got a lot to talk about. So I think we've all gathered the caliber of women that we've got on this particular talk. Please start thinking about your questions because, as I said, I really want us to be very interactive with our audiences today as well. So if you do have a question, just remember they've got some roving mics. Just raise your hand. I'm going to try face this way as a little bit so that I can just have a periphery of what's happening this side and what's happening this side as well. So I'm going to kick off the first question. If there is a question already coming in from the floor, please just raise your hand, stand up, please keep it succinct, and then we will go as we were, and then we'll be able to direct the conversation. But I really want us to start being very practical in how do we solve these issues. And Sis Bonnie, let me start off with you because you did mention something that A, I think a lot of people face, B, because we never understand the trauma which then translates into the present of our past. And we never address just how systematic certain sectors of industry are and intentional about keeping Black African women in particular at a certain level and keeping them at that level. That then how then do you start and how did you navigate that path where you are told or you are shown, maybe not even told, maybe you are shown that you don't belong? How do you navigate spaces where you are deliberately shown that you don't belong?
I think the most important thing is for you to be yourself. That's the first thing. The second thing is for you to be humble, because before you understand that the problem is not about you, it's about the person who is bullying you. You have to be, you have to be strong. I always say you have to have inner strength. And then you try, and because all those things which I say in my videos, that you talk to the person, you talk to HR, I'm just saying them because that's supposed to be the process. But it never happens, because at that time you're hurting. At that time, you see this person, he or she is powerful, she's your boss, you are unable to confront them. So all I can say is for you to be humble, is for you to sometimes confront the situation by thanking that person because she's your boss, she's paying your salary at the end of the day. So if you can just try and say those kind of things, thank you. That's why I started by thank you for paying my salary. You are disarming that person. You are making that person feel weak, feel guilty. So that is how I went through. In fact, I always say I have surprised myself how I went through through all the bullying which I went through in all my jobs that I had.
As we're looking at it, and I'm going to build from what you're saying, that from your side it was a woman. There's an expectation as well, Kim, that women are supposed to be inclined to lift or as they rise, because we're supposed to be seen as the more nurturing ones. In fact, you don't expect it, but unfortunately, it is the case that even with, I think it was the 1970s when the concept of queen bee syndrome was introduced in America, where it was the door must be open for one woman. And so in order for me to be that one woman, I have to make sure that all the other women don't even get close to the door. And that's where the concept of queen bee actually came from. And unfortunately, it's translated even in the way that we interact with one another. How do we practically demolish all of those narratives and imprinting that was done by a patriarchal system that was created to keep you in the kitchen and baking scones?
So, wow, how much time do we have? Okay. There's been a few references today about male-dominated environments. I'd like to put this out here for everybody to remember this. I never use that term. It's male crowded. Okay? So, just because there are people around you where you are seen or you feel the minority doesn't mean they're dominating you. And it's how we feel about it. And I think this is what you were saying about, I de-escalate a situation by saying thank you, or you're just crowding me, you're not dominating me. And that can be the case of males, women, whoever's around you who's making you feel like you're here. So I'd say that earlier on when I was talking at the back there, I said sometimes these barriers for us ourselves are ourselves. So when we're in a scenario where there's a queen bee, make that person feel like I'm here for you, because that's not natural. That is not natural for someone to say, I'm bullying you. It's hard work to do that. And I have to say, I've worked in a female crowded environment in my HR world where the business was predominantly male and we served that business. But what we said went, actually, because they needed us. But the more we stuck together, the more we got done. And so it's very easy for someone who's the queen bee to stand out as the unsupportive, someone putting a barrier in place. So what I would say is, if that's something that someone feels around because I think where Queen Bee syndrome came from is this was very hard for me. This was very difficult. So let me enjoy my time. Let me enjoy my time of glory up here, and you guys can't touch me. But that can also change very quickly. So I hope I've answered the question. I think sometimes it is really a good thing to reflect and realize how we feel inside, and we need to project the confidence. And there's a whole can of worms because confidence isn't easy. But yeah, let's not be crowded by people.
Like, it's not a male dominated space, it's a male crowded space. I think that that is something so important that we can definitely put that as a footnote, asterisk it, and note it. I want to just segue into this one, Ms. Bembe, as well. And this was demonstrated with our first speaker, the most practical example of what women have to go through in order to get to where they are. Mr. Bott was giving a speech, and immediately she had to move so that she can pay attention to her father. And she gave that notice as she went and flipped and put on the headphones. We all got to see that, right? And she came back and she said, I'm trying to multitask all at the same time. She's not the only one. I think all of us are trying to multitask all at the same time. And a lot of us are here. Let me tell you something. A lot of us are here, but I bet you our cell phones are ringing because there's a child that needs to be fetched. There's a husband that needs their meal by 5 o'clock tonight. There's homework that needs to be done. Dinner that needs to be made. Yes, you are here, but you're thinking, oh my God, but did I take out the chicken from the freezer? So the chicken from the freezer has to be taken out. And yet at the same time, we need to be fully present and call ourselves leaders and be in our leadership positions. And a lot of us are navigating those spaces every single minute of the day. How do the concept of even a work-life balance, is that a real concept? And how do we navigate that?
You know, Faith, we are women, and that is not going to stop. Those type of things will happen on a daily basis. We just need to stand up there and do what we need to do. Most of the men these days, they understand that, yes, they understand women empowerment. On the other hand, they understand that they're there to support. You know, when you have a man at home that will support in every little bit to say, yes, I understand today you will be in Durban, you're not going to be coming back home. I'll be responsible for the cooking, for the fishing of the kids and all that and all that. You teach your men. Men these days understand the table that Ms. Mpofu talked about or spoke about earlier on, that we are not at par with them, but they bring the same, if sometimes not even more, than we bring on the table. So for us to be in this partnership and get my woman to be able to multi-skill wherever she can, I also need to support. And I also need to be the cheerleader. Because if that is not done, that's when we try to become everything at once. Being multitask, there is nothing wrong with that. We can handle that very, very well. We can cook at the same time, preparing a presentation and doing all that. We just need to balance that. And I think most of the women that are here today, they do that in their homestead. And we just need to make sure that our partners, our male counterpart, they actually understand and assist us in doing that.
I'm going to stick with you on this one because we've already started the theme. How do you overcome the guilt of wanting to be, of ambition, of wanting to be successful? Yes, we're multitasking, but we sit in our female circles, we sit in our circles where Susie's child has got the mom that shows up for tennis matches, badminton, soccer, and it makes the little cucumber sandwiches for the children. And where's the other mom here in Durban?
Yeah.
Giving am I being real, ladies? Okay, so mom, we are here in Durban, but Susie's mom is there cheering on little Johnny, and and then when you have those conversations, it seems as though you are failing in some way in by wanting to be you first, or put you, which in turn puts them first. How do you navigate that?
It's all about delegation. It's all about what we do, even in the boardroom, in your office. You cannot be doing everything your own. You know most of the things, but you've got staff that you will assist you when there's a need. Even at home, that's the reason why we employ, the people that are going to help at home, so that when I'm not around tonight, they know what to do. Yes, it's still your duty to call and find out if everything is in place and everything is going on in order. But at the end of it all, you navigate that through delegation.
I like that. You cannot do everything by yourself and don't want to.
Yeah.
I love that. Yeah, sure.
May I just add something? I heard this on a podcast and it just stuck with me. It was so real, where historically women were there to give birth and nurture a family. And, if you go back, the hunter had to go out with the spears and bring back the food, right? So that's now the provider and the nurturer. Well, we are still nurturers, but now we're running businesses, but this nurturing hasn't gone away. So we have a double whammy of responsibility. And it's not possible. It's not physically, emotionally, and mentally possible to do both. There shouldn't be guilt. So the delegation is so important. We do that in our businesses, and the work-life balance should be reframed as work-life management. We manage a business to say, you do that, we have a department for this. And I know you can't outsource children, although many people do, because that's what has to happen. But outsourcing is a thing, people.
Wow. I just want to gauge the room. Do I have any questions so far? Can I give you numbers so that we can and you are able to note who you are in the room as well? Can I start off with you, sir? 1. Do I have anybody for 2? Just gauging at the back of the room as well. Anybody else? Okay, so let's start off with you, and then we'll go back into our panelists as well. There's a microphone.
Thank you. I've got questions for 2 panels, the one before here and the one here, if I can go ahead.
Sure.
Thank you.
Maybe go with the one which is here so that we can get that answered. And then in our session of the engagement and interaction, which Tshepiso will be leading, we can bring in all and tie it up, even for the ones that are before here as well, just so that we can keep with the theme and they are able to answer to the best of their abilities.
Okay. Asante san. Can you hear me? Asante san.
Asante. Karibu.
Okay, I've got a question for Usis Zwane. From a CEO of a car rental to an aviation academy authority, how did you see the runway?
That's a good question.
It's a very good question. I am still the CEO of PSS Car Rental. PSS Car Rental is a subsidiary of PSS Aviation, a company that I spoke about when I started, that we then had to get so many business units within the aviation, PSS Aviation holding company. So when I moved my offices to Lanseria Airport, I then approached the CEO of Lanseria, Mr. Ramopo, to say, I need opportunities. At that stage, they were building that big MSP project. I mean, the CFO is here, and they gave me the opportunity to say, we can give you the space here to run the car rental. So PSS Car Rental is a subsidiary of PSS Aviation. I'm still the CEO of both, and I still run the aviation company, which is also a business unit within PSS. The difference is that because the business unit is a collaboration with a French company, I had to use their name, CAMAS Aviation Academy, because they've been in business for more than 20 years, training all the aviators in the world. So I'm still doing all, I'm one, they always say, well, when you're an entrepreneur, you ended up being the CFO, the chief commercial officer, the COO, the marketer, and everything. So that's what I am. I run all those 3 companies in one.
Sure.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
I think we can also look at, and also want to give it to you as well, Sis Bonnie. So let me start off with you as well, Caroline, around navigating office politics. Because if you're not careful, your mouth has got the ability to land you in hot water, intentionally or unintentionally. And sometimes office politics is so hard to look at because you don't know who to trust. Your inclination is to go to the woman next to you because you believe that she feels you and she knows, she can empathize. But how do you handle it if there was no woman, as per your experience?
Yeah, well, that's very often the case where I've been the only woman.
Yeah.
But something that I found helped me a lot was actually doing a course in conflict resolution, because that teaches you how to manage those things. Yeah, that's really what I can recommend is doing that.
I'm thinking of two organizations where I was the only woman and I was leading in an environment which I wasn't used to. That's Transwerk in Transnet as well as ATNS when I joined ATNS. I think for me it was more being humble and being yourself. Because when you are in environment, you can see people who are negative and people who are positive towards you. And it's key for you to try and draw those who are negative towards you and draw them closer. Obviously, using the ones who are sort of negative, who are sort of negative. So I think maybe it's a rare skill which I have, that I am so perceptive. I can sense immediately that this is where this thing is going. And I've always tried, because in that kind of environment, it's no use for me to be the fighter that I am. I have to try and come down and be humble. And that's mainly the strategies which I would use most of the time. Humbling myself, and also that thank you. Those simple things that we take for granted. That when you try and talk to somebody whom you can see that this one is not for me. Akangizwa lo muntu. And you try and draw them closer to you using those kind of tactics. Yeah.
But I'm going to stay with you on this one, because we're also facing something called Generation Z and Generation Alpha. Generation Z are born believing that the corner office has been designed and designated for them. The millennial generation still believe that there's still some element of work that needs to go into to earn that. Generation X believes in the hierarchical approach. But then there's this generation of 22, 23, 24-year-olds that are coming out of varsity. And a lot of you have experienced them. And there's nothing wrong. We love you, 22-year-olds in the room. We really do. But the concept of even how do I humble myself? Because it gets misconstrued as humbling yourself is weakness.
Yeah.
And humbling yourself means that you're losing your voice and you're not going to be heard. So what does that balance look like?
I think the key is to ask yourself, am I able to change this situation? If you are unable to change, then the decision is for you to leave. You can't change that situation. You can't turn it to what you want it to be. You can't say, okay, talk to the person and the person changes. You try and address the situation. If you can't, you leave, because then there's nothing else you can do. Obviously, you have to ask yourself that question: am I able to change the situation, or can't I? Then you leave.
Pick your battles. Be discerning enough to understand which battles to fight and which battles to leave alone.
Yes, you choose your battles.
Yeah.
I would love to just add to that from the perspective of those youngsters. Listen, hey, drone pilots think they're fighter jets, okay? Fighter jet pilots. So when these youngsters come and they've got their pilot license, ooh, guys and girls, let me tell you. And it's interesting that accepting that and celebrating with them, number one, because it's good. In a lot of instances, that's the biggest achievement they've ever experienced. No one's ever given them the support, mentorship. So we need to also realize that those very, very young people from social media think they need to demand these things. That's just what it's their right. But now they've got something they will never admit, but this is the biggest thing they've ever done. Now you're in an environment where this assertiveness comes out, not in everyone, but in a lot of instances. And I think for us, it's about creating an environment where they can learn and learn and learn. And as soon as someone realizes, wow, I don't actually know everything, and I get exposed a little bit and I realize, ooh, I'm actually out of my depth here. And to be able to do that is very important for those individuals. And it's not easy to do. It's not always a course. It's not always a, here's something, you got your certificate. It's by leadership, and it's about giving those examples. And from a Women in Drones Africa perspective, or actually from a Women in Drones perspective, we have a motto that says, if you can see me, you can be me. So I put the responsibility on my senior pilots to set an example, and specifically our amazing Black female pilots who are just, oh, I wish they could be here. But they are working night shifts fighting crime. So here's to them. But for them to set examples to bring those others up, keeping with our theme, but it's those little ones that come in that have that entitlement to lead by example is important. And I hold those senior ones accountable for addressing those things.
In just a moment, I'm going to go back to the panelists as well. I've noted you as well. Do I have any questions? There we go. I've got. Can I start from the side of the room, ma'am? In the gray, can you be one? Lady in the red, can you be two? At the back, there's three. Any other in the other hand? And then sir, I'm come to you, four. And then I see another hand that side, five. There we go. So we're going to take five. Is that okay? Everybody's got their numbers so far. All right, before I go back to our delegates to ask the questions, which we're going to go around the table, I cannot leave without asking about money. It's one thing to have conversations around empowerment, how to overcome office politics, how to set examples, how to be mentors, but it has to translate into reward in your pocket, and you have to see it. Maybe, Ms. Wana, let's talk a little bit about around, how do I ask for what I'm worth? How do I begin the conversation of asking for what I'm worth? How do I become unapologetic about what I'm worth? And what if that particular instance is challenged? What if somebody says to me, no, actually, you're not worth this, or your business is not worth the supply of this? How then do you start bringing it to reality and navigating it in a very practical level?
You know, Faith, as you climb up the ladder, you know, and being in a position to state what you're worth and how much you want to earn while you're still working for corporate, it's easy because you go there and you don't even expect them to ask you how much you want. You tell them how much I want. But the minute you run your own company, the minute you become an entrepreneur, there is no such, you know. There would be months where you're not even getting paid, but you just want your staff to get paid. So you just need to come with strategies, you know, look at your business environment. You know, in my aviation training business, I've got a section of business where doesn't really bring a lot of money, you know. It's a business where I train young aviators to come into the aviation world that is government funded. I get little out of that. But what I get in return is the exposure that is worth far more than what the funding company is giving me. Because these young people, they post. They are all over the TikTok, your social media. People get to see my business. The advertisement that I didn't pay for, that would have cost me a lot of money. And then that's when I get those huge businesses.
I like it. We can actually
You
clap
know?
for that because it's strategic. It's strategy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, that's when big airlines sees me. That is why that's when the likes of Eswatini say, no, we saw on TikTok that you are actually doing this type of ground aviation training. We want to train our staff. Then that's when the money comes in. You know, so you don't look at one and thinking, God, how am I going to survive on this? You use that, you know, to make money out of it.
I like that. Would you like to add one?
No. I just wanted to. I mean, yesterday when we were briefing, I did ask the question: is there money in aviation anyway?
Is there?
Is there?
Is there?
Is there money in aviation? So, I'm not going to give an answer and not come up with a suggestion. For me, you then need to come up with something else that you can do. As people, we all are skilled somewhere. God has given us some form of gifts. For me, then to multitask. You do this, and what do you call it? I know there's a term you call it where you have your second job. The side yes,
hustle or
yes.
yeah.
I mean, those are kind of things that you need, especially for aviators, because if we are not going to do that kind of a thing in aviation, we are going to lose all the skills because there is no money in this industry. In my view, I'm sorry, there's no money. You just earn your whatever that you're earning, and there's nothing other than what you're doing, because it's aviation is a box. There are safety policies that you have to follow out. As soon as you go outside that, then it means you are you are a safety hazard to you. So I don't know.
Well, I think that is a big question that we get to ask each other this afternoon. Is there money anyway in aviation? Maybe let me start with one, and then we're going to go around the room to all the way to 5, and then we're going to panelists. I'm just going to ask you just to note the questions down because we're just going to go around the room with them. Please start off with you, ma'am. Hi.
Hi, my name is Queen Glovu. I run a drone business, QP Drone Tech. I think my question is a follow-up what you've just said now about making money. But how do women, maybe in this room also, support each other to make money? How do we balance an issue of being assertive and not being arrogant? Why I'm raising that? I was in a situation, we get invited a lot, women in tech, women doing this and that, But sometimes it's as much as it's good, but sometimes you get tired when there's no ROI. So I decided to challenge ladies that are heading CIOs in corporates, and I asked them that, guys, we are here, we're talking women empowerment, women positioning. But why immediately after the event, we exchange numbers and business cards? But immediately after the event, I phone you, I email you something, you don't acknowledge, you don't come back to us. We needed to change the narrative. Guess what? Nobody acknowledged my comment, After a day, somebody called me that, I was touched by your experience, and I'm going to change the narrative. I'm going to give you business because you challenge us. But what hurt me more, we didn't say anything. So actually, we confirm what you were saying, that you're here to take pictures, exchange numbers, but nothing comes out of that, So, but I felt guilty that why I didn't get acknowledgement. Was I too arrogant? Was I not supposed to ask that? So you're right. We should be in a position to be honest about our situation and to ask for what we deserve without feeling guilty about it. The last one, the issue of ageism. Sorry,
Yeah.
I want you to take it more, because now this is another stereotype that is coming now, that we are older but we are into tech. We must just go and retire. How do you manage the situation, older women like ourselves, into the tech space? Because it's stereotype that is coming. Thank you.
Love the questions. Thank you very much, ma'am. Let's go to number 2.
Hi, my name is Mpumi. I'm from ATNS, and this question is more directed to Mam Bonnie Debate, since she had actually spoken about workplace bullying. I think what I would have liked to just find out is for Mam Bonnie to actually just delve into the topic a bit more deeper as to the strategies that a person can actually, undertake and utilize when dealing with a workplace bully. And sometimes even when you feel like the system itself is actually bullying you as a person, which avenues can a person take? And also how, especially for your psyche, how do you actually overcome that? Where do you get help for that?
Thank you. That. Thank you very much. Can we go to 3? There we go, ma'am. The microphone, can we just please assist with the microphone?
I think my name is Tuli. I will piggyback on the last question because I wanted to know is how much do you or when do you feel that enough is enough in the workplace? Let's say you're in a very patriarchal environment and you don't see a way out. Or you are feeling bullied in a workplace and you don't see a work out. Because I can see that there's a lot of ladies there who've pivoted and given themselves permission to change their careers. But when is enough? And when do you as a woman fight and fight through because you want to be part of the transformational journey?
That is a very good question. Thank you very much for, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I just want to start by saying there are 5 phases of flight. There is what is called a pushback. If they need a pushback, there is a takeoff, there's a climb, and there's a cruise. And if you understand these phases of flight, they affect us in our daily lives. For instance, I'm talking about bullying. That during a flight, there's crosswinds, and you know how to overcome them. There's tailwind, and you know how to address them, and there's headwinds. So during a work environment, you do come across this thing, and you need to know how to navigate them. Now, I want to give you an example. There is a young girl who I know in my life, and you could see her journey was going to cruise. She was facing challenges, but she navigated those challenges. And if I can tell you where that lady is today, she is the DCA of the Civil Aviation Authority. And the way she navigated herself to when she was a young girl to one of the highest ladies in ICAO in the last assembly to make even South Africa proud, to lead South African civil aviation to where it is today. This is why I'm saying during the phase of flight, there are crosswinds, headwinds, and you need to know how to navigate. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Let me go to number 5. I saw the hand. There we go. Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Komoto from CAA.
Hello.
My question is more of what Mpomi said. When you are in a space where you are experiencing bullying, it might tend to cloud your judgment and create a lag that might affect your work. Do you have any advice for women who might be experiencing it directly or indirectly, and a way not to let your emotions color your picture and probably deal with it head on without compromising yourself, your position, or the company of association? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So first of all, thank you so much to all of you for your bravery, your authenticity, for coming as you are in this conversation and for allowing us to be able to tackle some of these issues. I think, ladies, I think we are all conscious of the theme and what many people are dealing with. Maybe, Sis Bonnie, let me start off with you because a lot of it speaks to strategies to overcoming bullying. How do you not let the emotions cloud the bigger picture, not make you put you in a more compromising situation? There was another question that I'm just going to bundle up when it comes to bullying. And where do you go for help? That was also another question.
I think that thank you so much to I think the last question, I could hear the vulnerability there. Thank you so much for allowing yourself to be vulnerable. I always say, please follow me and listen to my, because some of the things that we're talking about, I am already talking about in my in my page. The first thing that you need to do is to talk about, find someone that you trust, someone that you can talk to, because you know that problem shelved is problem halved. And sometimes it's going to be very difficult to find someone within your environment. The real person you are supposed to talk to at work is your HR, but we all know how HR is. HR is more for the company than for the employee. So you need to find someone to talk to and let out that vulnerability which I'm hearing there. You need to find someone to talk to, and sometimes even inside the company, this person is not only bullying you, he's bullying a lot of you, because then it means among yourselves you can be therapy to yourselves, because you talk to each other about what is happening. It really eases the feelings, the emotions. It depends on the person. That do you have that inner strength to, are you strong as an individual, which fortunately for me I was, especially because I was a leader. I had to be strong for my people. I had to make sure they don't see what I'm, although some of them said they could see in my face that I was miserable. But you have to try and be strong. Talk about your situation, and then again, as I've said, you finally have to take a decision whether you stay or you leave. If there's nothing you can't change the situation, you can't talk to the person. The people you are talking to are not helping you. For your sanity, you have to take a difficult decision, maybe leave.
I like that. That's very honest. I also want us to talk a little bit here, Caroline, around ageism. It was mentioned, and it was looking at even within the tech industry, but I can imagine also in the aviation industry, ageism is a big thing. How do you shut the voices up that say you can't? Or maybe how do you continue even if the voices are loud?
Yeah, I really think it's about being completely stubborn and ignoring that. I personally love it when people tell me what I can't do. For me, that's like the best thing you can tell me, because guaranteed then I'm going to do it, And really, in the piloting space, especially in South Africa, there is a lot of ageism. I think in the US, where they have a real pilot shortage, they've gotten past that. You have a lot of highly skilled, mature people that actually make really good pilots because they have other skills. And I mean, in some of the interviews, it's also not just saying about what you do, but it's the skills you have. And I think to bring in the salary and the payment question, you need to highlight the values that you can bring to an organization. That's how you ask for money. I can bring this, I can bring this. I'm not just a pilot.
Yeah.
And that's how you get the money too.
And maybe also, Ms. Bembe, let's go into, and I love that question, how do women support each other in the process of making money that doesn't go beyond the business card and then all of a sudden the number is blocked?
I mean, women's support, that was a very good question that Queen asked, because in most cases, to tell the honest truth, we sometimes see this type of conferences as talk shows, and it shouldn't be. We need to get something out of it. I'm not saying each and every woman-owned business must now get business out of it. No. There are so many things that we can support, especially the youth and the girls' youth, the female youth out there, in terms of mentorship. Things are easier now. COVID did help us when it came to online meetings and online engagement with other people, especially with youth. Just to sacrifice 15 minutes of your time every month, to mentor that mentee and to get them to a level whereby when they start entering this entrepreneurship, they know the do's and the don'ts of the entrepreneurship. When it comes to the support as well, these young women, especially in aviation, they look up to most of us that are sitting here, especially for the fact that we've got 3 powerful women in this conference here that are running these state-owned companies very, very well. They look up to them. They read about what they do. They read about, you'll be amazed to watch the youth in my organization when they come for my training and you ask them, who's your role model? It will be Miss Poppy Khoza. It will be the CEO of AXA. It will be the CEO of ATNS. And you're thinking, how do you know them? Do you read about them? They say, yes, yesterday she said this and that and that. So I'm saying to these women, let us be out there. You know, I know it's very tedious and time consuming, but support is not only about giving somebody business. Support is to empower those youth, especially female youth that wants to enter this aviation space. I'm fortunate because I've got a niche market where, you know, my training was not, you know, it's not pilot training, it's not cabin crew training, it's aviation training where an individual never even thought that I would go into aviation because it's ground support. And from ground support, I've got lots of them now that are pilots. I've got lots of them that are air traffic navigation that went into that Grand Central Airport, or it was Rent Airport, I think the lady that spoke here, I think it was her when I took my group there. And they started asking questions and she gave them all the information. They applied for that bursary and they got it. And he is now an air traffic controller. Yesterday when I was flying in, I was assisted by one of my students as a cabin crew. They all did ground support, but that was an entrance to aviation because we always see it as a barrier to entry.
I think without holding the thing up, I wanted to talk about creating a support system, making contacts that we might be saying sometimes we attend these conferences is one and the same thing, one and the same thing. They are actually not, because this is where we make contacts. This is where you you meet a lot of people who have the influence. I just want to make one example, and I hope it's going to be the last that I'm going to. I have a uniform business. I think it was said during the 21 looting, I was looted. My business was bent down. The main shop was bent down, and I didn't have insurance. The first call I made from my ex-contacts when I was still employed, I phoned one lady from IDC. That opened the door. My business is running today. So it's very, very important for us to have not take these kind of environments or conferences for granted. I just wanted to say that.
Okay, so ladies, it is 4 minutes past now, and I want to be aware because we're also going to go into another session as well. So I'm about 4 minutes ahead of my time, and I don't want to leave it on that note. But I really do want to thank you for bringing your authenticity, your experience, yourself to this conversation, because I think that by us using our voices, we liberate others as well. And others are able to feel as though they're supported in the space. So thank you so much once again for being really authentic and being vulnerable in bringing some of the realities that you're being confronted with every single day. I think you can tell from the conversation that you've had here that you're not alone. There are people who have walked the path, there are people that are walking the path, and there are people that have overcome the path. So it's just about finding those people in those spaces. Weren't they fantastic? Please give them a round of applause. Thank you so much to my panelists for joining us. Thank you for the table talk that you've had. And what we're going to go into right now also is around audience engagement, where we're going to be looking at opportunities to explore in the next 6 years to close this gender balance gap. I'm going to ask my astute colleague, a broadcaster, journalist as well, extraordinaire, Ms. Tshepiso Makwetla, to come up and who's going to be leading us in this particular series. And then you and I will get together then afterwards. But thank you so much, ladies. I leave in the wonderful hands of Tshepiso to take you through to the next part of the program.
Sanbonani. Oh, nisavukile. Yes, siyambonga uNkosi. You know, after lunch, it's always so difficult. And after that, I must say, so riveting conversation. I literally wanted Faith to go on with it because it seemed to me you were really getting ready for getting into the nuts and bolts of the conversation. And that suggestion, by the way, Faith, of cocktails, I'm all for it. Let's loosen the tongues. Let's loosen whatever it is that's holding us back. And speaking of which, by the way, this next session, we did speak about interactive. We are going to break up in little groups on our tables. Ever heard of the phrase, the hunter hunted? I'm looking at these tables in front of you. Our male colleagues, we're going to have to divvy you up. There's not enough of you to go around. So, okay, every male delegate, can you please put your hand up? Okay, so there's literally, okay, if you're a male person who's going to participate in this discussion, please put your hand up. Okay, because you see how big this room is. Maybe I should just leave it to the ladies. As I said, the hunter hunted. Choose a male delegate who's going to sit at your table, because we want 100% participation from you. So before I just reflect back on the topic, you know, it was so interesting listening to the conversations, to the people at the back. We're not starting yet with the vibrant conversation, but in a minute or two we will. So this is an audience engagement, opportunities to explore in the next 6 years to close the gender balance gap in South Africa. And we're going to reflect on the figures in just a moment. But I thought I'd start with an anecdote. Do you know that my first job ever was at South African Airways? So I'm one of your colleagues. Do you remember Kelly Green Oaks? While I was still waiting to study computer science at Wits Tech, I took on a job. And I was the executive PA for the executive group, chief executive for human resources. Well, that was a very short-lived experience because I was rather taken aback that I had to make tea. Can you believe it? And not only that, that I had to liaise with her husband on dry cleaning. So after about 2 weeks, I thought, no thanks, this one's not for me. So I went back to Kelly Green Oaks. I said, can I just have something a little bit more challenging? And it's that thing about gender roles, because when I got there, I thought I was going to learn a great deal of things about aviation, human resources at an executive level, you know, as I was doing work for her. So they moved me then to the technical part of the building, which is then I was settled in working for 7 bosses. And of course, the view was pretty nice. So that's when we had starting to see young Black pilots. So they passed by my desk every day. Hello, Tippy. So I thought, gee, I love this part of the assignment. But it struck me as I was thinking of this particular summit that how much has changed. I didn't even realize then. I served 7 bosses. They were all male. The trainees that were walking in and out the door were all male. So as we're reflecting back on this, we spoke about 2018, what the figures were. And I must say, I was quite shocked with what we heard in terms of, firstly, that it'll take us more than 100 years. So that means not within our lifetime. I don't care how much you think you've got longevity, but it's not going to happen for you in this lifetime. So that is a very important thing to note. So in terms of SDG 5, if we're saying we've moved in terms of technical experience, I want to go back to this to get the exact figure because it shocked me. Moving from 4.5% to what? 4.9% from 2016 to 2021. Yes, the effort is there, but clearly we're not doing well enough. It's fantastic that South Africa ranks 3rd in the world in terms of a country with female representation when it comes to women pilots. But as we're listening to the figures about licensed personnel, the figure is too low. And we've heard over the years that the barriers are high. And I want us to talk about that. There's so many things that came out, funding, support. What really struck me was the issue of data, segregated or decolonized data to really understand, get down to the grips of what the problems are. There is so much that I don't want to stop you from reflecting on, at least the conversation we've just had now, because I see it really got you going. Resolution A4126, where are we with that? Because what we want to do is we're retrospective. We're looking back at where we're from. Yes, there's been movement, where we are now, but where are we going? While we talk about the problems now, what are the solutions? There are experiences at a country level, at a regional level, at a corporate level, sector level. Talk about that. You all are here as individuals with experience. So you have something unique to share. So as I said, we're going to play a little game that I see as Survivor Aviation or speed dating, because as I mentioned, we're going to have a man at each table if we can divvy one up enough, so that you're going to take 10 minutes and you're going to say, of all the discussions we had today, what are, even if it's the 3 main points, you'll choose a rapporteur. And the elimination part of it, that's why I call it Survivor Aviation, is that when you report back, you are not allowed to repeat what the group before you said. Isn't that a great challenge? That means you've really got to get your brains working. Rub 2 of them together like this. Create some smoke, fire, something. I'm talking about brain cells, by the way, if you're awake. So please, if there's a table that's not full, let's fill the tables. I'm going to give you 10 minutes. So let's look at the time. It's now 15:13. At exactly 15:23, we're going to come back, report back, and now we're going to delve into it, get into the meat of some of these major questions. Is that okay? So I've got a lovely table here. I wish I could give them numbers. Contestant number 1, gentleman with the blue shirt. Any takers? Oh, this table over here. Thank you very much. Not the highest bidder, but certainly the second highest bidder, because the highest bidder will be for this wonderful gentleman here in the blue suit. Who's taking this gentleman to their table? Oh, shall I escort you, sir, to you? And you don't want to. So please, I want to make sure that there is a mixed participation. Where am I escorting you to? Nalwen. You. Come, let's pick a table. I want you to. They want your lovely self and your insights. Oh, they were really quick.
But you are starving the people at the back.
No, I'm not starving the people at the back. If they are not choosing now, hey, small pickings, niyabona nani, sekuyaphela. So, unpacking na. You know, I'd like to assign this wonderful gentleman here to somebody at the back, because you bring a lot of that thing. My former boss used to say that thing. You know which one that is. Okay, so I'm walking towards the back. There's no enthusiastic. How? Nobody, no me. Oh, this is not quite the back, but because you were first to speak, I'll put him here. Ah, you were slow. They said me first here. Okay, all right. I'm running out of time, so let me allocate the remaining to the gentleman. You can look down, sir, at your phone, but I am going to find you somebody. He's with you, but you've had him all of this time. I think we'd like to spread the love. You just came here now. I thought I saw him sitting at this table. No? Okay. I'll let this one go, but I think I'm being hoodwinked. Okay, you brought him. So everybody has got, that's still 2 gentlemen here who are remaining. Let's take you to the back, and I'm going to right at the back. Okay, let's have a bidding session. What are you giving me if I give you this wonderful gentleman? Huh? Come on, you've got to give me something. Okay. This is the first gentleman in the history of the province who's being fought over. Please note, wherever my GPS takes me, you have to really give me some really great prize. Huh? Huh? Oh, but I'm feeling, you're just, okay. These are students. I think. They say, do you have Lobola money? Or do we have to take out a loan?
Not yet.
Okay, not yet. Sir, you can sit here. Okay. I think we are done with the allocation. So please have a very deep, introspective conversations. Think about the things that you didn't bring up. Think about the things that you feel are not emphasized enough. And then choose a rapporteur. And what we're going to do is 15:17. So I've robbed myself of time. So at 15:27, we come back and we start going back to the rapporteurs. And remember, you cannot repeat what the other group says. This is where the survivor aspect of aviation survivor comes in. Okay, your time starts now. You can go ahead.
Speak much louder than all my fears. Sometimes I just wanna disappear. Running out till I can feel you near. I need a new purpose. I'm looking for so much more. Don't leave me searching. You're just what I'm longing for. When times are getting crazy and everything seems hazy, is there some place for safety I could go? Run away into your escape. Run away, you're never too far.
Or maybe, wait.
Run away into your escape. Run away. Run away.
Okay. So